All right, we're gonna get started in just a second here. We're going live, and there's a slight delay on the stream, and I'll get all of you up to speed, and we can get this thing rolling. All right, just let me know if I forgot anything. So, welcome everybody. This is the Gathering's fourth 1K tournament and our first one for Pioneer. We're kind of excited for this because you might not know this, but we did get started as a mostly Pioneer-focused organization a long time ago. So we are going to be having this tournament on MTG Arena. I'm going to go over everything you need to know right now in terms of structure and rules. Anybody can pipe up at the end with questions, and I will answer them. So first off, we do this monthly. We'll be doing this again next month, although we're probably picking a slightly different format. We're going to do a vote in our Discord. Go ahead and make sure you are paying attention for that. Special thanks to Nouns, our sponsor. Check them out at nouns.world. They are a pretty great organization, and they are willing to just let us have a 1K even when we have 20 people. So this is a pretty good. Everybody here has got a pretty good shot at winning some cash. We're looking at 5 rounds today. That's going to be 5 rounds with a cut to top 8. I don't know what record you'll need to top 8, so keep an eye on it. We'll publish standings in the later rounds. In the early rounds, your pairings are going to be found on Melee. MTG Melee is where you signed up. If we can't get a hold of you, then we'll DM the Discord username you have there. So you got to make sure you're in our Discord if you want any notifications. If you scroll up a bit from where we're in the player meeting, you can find text channels for tournament info or event discussion, and tournament announcements. We'll post when rounds are live there. We'll also go and tell the stream. You need to make sure you are paying attention to either the Discord here or our stream in general. Tyrant and Servo are going to be doing coverage for the first few rounds, and I'm going to be right underneath us in that voice channel that says staff and troubleshooting. If you have any issues, hop in and let me know. If there are deckless issues or round issues, or if you have any trouble finding your opponent. Since it's an MTG Arena event, all your matches are going to be played on MTG Arena. And if you have any issues finding your opponent, let me know. You're going to start in order to find your opponent, you need to set it to a best of 3 Explorer match. And this is going to be a direct challenge. Use a friend challenge with a friend request, but you're going to have to set that up with your opponent. And this whole event is going to be streamed, so that also makes the deck lists open. If you would like to be featured on stream, you'll notice that there's 20 rooms underneath us. Each of you can go into your own room and share your screen, and we will hop around and look for cool lists or cool events to feature on our stream. Streams are pretty popular lately. We're competing with the Pro Tour today, but we're still expecting a pretty good turnout there. Just hop in and you'll probably show up. We are requiring that after a few rounds, the undefeated players stream. We would like you to stream if you are at all able, and the top 8 must be. It's going to be 5 rounds cut to top 8, and then we'll divide out the winnings between the top 8. After the event, if you want to get paid, make sure you check the email that you signed up to MTG Melee with. We've had some issues with that in the past. I think that is everything. I feel like that went way faster than but the round 1 pairings will be up pretty soon. You're going to go ahead and find your opponent via direct challenge. If you have any issues finding your opponent, please come find me in staff and troubleshooting. Are there any questions, or did I forget anything?
The only thing I want to add is there's a couple people that are not checked in. To check in, all you have to do is log into MIA, and now let's get the pairings out for round 1 as fast as possible.
Oh, it does help a lot, yes. Oh, great question. So this is a tournament level event. I'm basically a judge. I can issue DQs. The Twitch stream is on a delay, so anything we watch, they won't be able to get an advantage on. But they can't watch your stream without being in the channel with you. And you'll get a notification when they join and a notification when they start watching. And while we're here, we did have some issues in the past. If you join another player's stream or in that room, you cannot give them any advice, and can't be annoying. So like if 2 players are in a room having a game, I will disconnect you if you are bothering them in any way. Um, but if you see, so when you're streaming in Discord, you can see the number of eyes on you. The most you should ever see is 2 from the event staff is in there. Other people are allowed to watch if you let them, but we are default not letting other people. Great question. Do we have any other questions?
Yeah, real quick. This is my first Melee and tournament match, so thanks in advance for your patience. But it's just direct challenge, Pioneer tournament match, and enter the display name given from Melee, correct?
Yes. So you can also connect. It's very helpful if you connect and find your opponent up above. You'll need the specific melee name, and they copy and paste. You can copy and paste. And so that just so everyone else is aware, there is both a direct challenge and a friend challenge. The direct challenge is the cross swords at the top right of your MTG arena. And you can friend challenge if they're on your friends list. We have found that that can be like when direct challenge isn't working, friend challenge tends to work. But do try and touch base and specify which one you.
Okay, awesome. And then last question, sorry, very last one. I don't have any streaming capabilities. That's fine, right?
If you top 8, we will be requiring you to stream. But even
And
if you're playing Arena on your phone, you can stream in Discord. And we'll help
okay,
you set
okay,
that up if needed. Yeah.
cool. Thank you.
All right. I'll DM Troy. He's a friend. And then we need Tiggy around to check in.
Hello. Oh shoot. Oops.
It's not a huge deal. It just streamlines things a bit if you log on to Melee and say, I'm here. But we do it manually for a lot of people as well.
All right, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, you're good. We're going to go ahead and fire this up. Tyrant, let me know if, are you pairing the round? I can pair the round.
Either way is fine with me. Just at people when you do. If what's it called? You do it.
Got it. All right, let me go ahead and get paired off.
Okay, and for the stream, we'll be back in a second with the first round and me and Sova. Thank you guys for watching.
And if anybody needs anything specific, right underneath here is where I'll be, where it says staff and troubleshooting. Just hop into that channel to ask your questions. All right, good luck, everybody. We'll get this paired pretty quick.
Cut us on in 3, 2, Hey everybody, thanks for coming out to come see our our Pioneer 1K. Still stuck on the Ast event. But we're gonna be jumping right into Mardu Legendary Humans, and I did not see what their opponent was on. We're gonna be in room 3. I'm gonna set up their match while we talk.
Yo, are we supposed to go to our table,
Um,
whatever we're paired?
no, you just go to whatever room you want to stream from. Before be a different room from your opponent.
Okay, gotcha. And if I here, wait, let me see. Oh, I have to check in. Okay, I see.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, let me see.
Do you want to meet us in room 9, Bill? We want to see your Mardu Legends if possible.
What'd you say?
Do you want to meet us in room 9? We want to see you play Mardu Legends. Legendary Humans.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, okay, cool. We'll meet you at 9. And just make sure to deafen yourself so you don't hear us talk.
Okay, gotcha. I am on my laptop, so it's probably gonna be laggy, but as long as you guys can deal with it, I can deal with it.
I
Okay.
was gonna say we watched someone play on their phone last tournament
Wow. Okay, sure.
in
I'll
Japanese. It'll be okay.
yeah. Jesus, okay. Then I don't feel too bad about it then. Is there open deck list, by the way? Am I able to see what my opponent's playing?
Yes, if you scroll down to your matches, you can see their deck
Uh-huh.
list.
Okay. Oh, okay, sure.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Mia changed the way that works a while back.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry about the technical difficulty stream.
All good. Okay. Should I wait until my opponent gets here to meet Devin?
I would just mute and deafen now because
Okay.
you should be challenged here sometime soon. They won't be in this channel.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay. Now that we got that all figured out, and once he starts streaming, we'll be jumping right over there. And as we said, he's playing Neat Brew Marty Humans with a legendary sub focus, I guess you would say. And his opponent is on Izzy Phoenix.
There's quite a few cards that I don't actually recognize in this deck list. Good number of the Final Fantasy cards. We have Cecil Dark Knight and Joshua Phoenix is dominant.
Yeah.
Literally never seen this card before in my life.
He was mildly excited about that for a bit more for standard with the Jeskai Arceus deck. But like that card is just. Do you know what it does? Have you read it yet?
Not yet. I'm reading it right now.
Well, for chat, it's 1 red, 1 white, and 1 legendary creature, human noble wizard. Whenever he enters, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. And then has the ability 1 red, 1 white, 3 colors, tap it, exile him, and it becomes a Saga on the backside. That's a 4/4 creature, legendary, Saga Phoenix. It's force 2 abilities, Saga abilities. Deal 2 damage to each opponent, and its last one returns any number of target creature cards with a total mana value of 6 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. So it reanimates out of your graveyard, especially when you're playing a low mana carved deck like humans. I don't know if we'll be able to see it flip too often because 5 mana is a tough ask, but if it ever does, it does have the value there.
This seems like a huge late game addition to the human strategy. That's something that they've been lacking. Just like in previous iterations, is like they spend all of their mana and cards just like diving in on the first few turns and can sometimes fail to catch back up if the opponent can get over that. And I definitely see Joshua as a big way to work around that problem.
Oh, 100%. Especially if they end up fighting in the early game, just as a way to use all that extra mana. The interesting thing that's going to be here is the 2 main deck copies of Jinra. I'm not good at pronouncing names. You're going to go on that.
Jarena?
Yeah,
the Exile the Graveyard.
Exile Player's Graveyard, and then just giving your other humans indestructible and hexproof is very good against Phoenix's removal. Okay, looks like they're waiting on their opponent to join up with us. But either way, we'll check. Let's see if the opponent has any spice. going on. I know
Yeah.
AJ Phoenix is kind of one of those expected decks.
I'm looking over the Phoenix deck. Looks like they're on the Picklock Pranksters, and Phoenixes as their only creatures. They do have 4 Corey Steelcutter, which I'm sure will deliver the same beating that it gives to every other player in every other format. And then they're on the 4 Artist Talent, 1 Profs, so they have fairly expected win condition suite here. I'm not seeing anything too out of the ordinary in the main or side.
Yeah, nah, they're playing almost stock. Phoenix keeps going back and forth. I've seen the challenges of whether or not they want to play Corey Steelcutter main or play it in the sideboard. I've seen both do good, so I'm not sure which one's better, as that's not one of my main decks that I play. Is there any other deck list in this format in this event? Oh wait, I know one great thing that we can talk about here that I found as an oddity in this event. Silva, what deck do you think has 0 copies in the top, and any of the top 20 players we have registered today, but is one of the top decks?
One of the top Pioneer decks that we don't have in the field today.
Yeah.
Well, I first guess would be Mono Red because that is just the top deck in Pioneer at the moment.
Yeah, there is not a single mono red player actually in this event, which is
Insane.
wild to me personally, because like that's exactly what I would bring. And it, to be honest with you, it looks like it'd be okay into this field. Though there is a bit more control than normal Pioneer would lead you to expect.
All right, looks like our game is about to get started here potentially.
Okay. Looks like they're choosing the deck yet, so now get Francis right over there. Okay, answer the question in chat, since they won't see us for another 5 minutes. And as we said in the player meeting, we all on a 5-minute delay. So if you ask any questions in chat, we'll try to answer them when I see them in chat. But 5-minute delay does take away a little bit of my attention. I want to watch the game first and foremost.
Yes, to any of our players, we do have a troubleshooting channel, and Scuffle can help sort anything.
He'll be waiting in the Discord channel, helping rules questions, I think. Something to that effect.
There are a ton of companions in our decks today. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 Yorians and a Karuga.
Mm-hmm.
So a quarter of our players are playing a companion, even though the 2 best companions have been banned in this format. That's something that I didn't really expect to happen. I know that Yorian's a pretty popular companion, but seeing just any Karuga player is a little bit out of left field.
Yeah, granted, there is only one Kruger player.
Just the fact that they exist, though, makes me happy.
Oh yeah, 100%. I actually didn't get a look at their deck list for the Kruger player. Are they playing?
They're
they're
on
playing
4 color Omnath. Yeah, they're on some.
They want some spice with that deck list.
Yeah.
That's not a stock.
Not very conventional at all, no.
Oh, are they getting into the game? I keep saying waiting for Sovo and getting excited. Oh, they might be having some issues. Would not be the first time Arena has been known to have an issue or two.
Maybe someday we'll have a very viable tournament-ready Magic the Gathering software, but today is not that day.
Oh yeah, 100%. Let me do some troubleshooting with them real fast.
Right on.
It looks like Bill has his correct. They might just have to add. You know how it is, guys. I'm sure anyone who's played Arena has dealt with some problems, especially with direct challenging. I have this game, but it is what it is sometimes. And thank you guys for being patient with us while we figure this all out. Just gonna send a friend request. Cool. Okay, they're having to restart their arenas, it looks like. But all for the course when you're doing this kind of stuff. The reason why a lot of people don't do these arena events is because arenas sometimes can be finicky. But we like the community, so I guess we'll do it. I will say in this deck, there was a lot of Abs and Greasefang, which is not a deck I was expecting with how popular Phoenix typically is.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one in quite a while, actually. Just any flavor of Greasefang, let alone the original.
And we have what's it called? We have both Mardu, I believe, and Abzan, if I'm not mistaken, as well as I think I saw them. Either way, but we have a lot of great. Yeah, we have one Mardu player, who's playing against. Is it Prowess in another room? Oh, it looks like they might be setting up.
Yes, we have a game going.
We have a game. Okay, let's look at what they kept. Okay. Zach Fair sets a fun card. Also, this is so funny about this because it means they can turn to Joshua here if they wanted to. Because they have this extra copy of Thalia too. I don't know if they want to pitch. Oh, they're just Thalian. Okay.
I figure if you see artist talent, you're going to want to jam Thalia before anything else.
That's fair. That's fair. And this is an open deck here, so they do know what their opponent is playing. Both of them do. Granted, that probably gives more of a advantage to the. I guess to both players. It's probably about even. The Humans player knows what hands to keep, and the Phoenix player knows what they're playing against, even if it might be a little bit not meta. I wonder if they're going to choose to play this Kellen Hill post combat, or if they're going to hold up the Zach. Yeah, okay.
I would imagine that we're holding mana up for Zach, just because keeping permanents on board is probably the best way to find success against the Phoenix deck.
Mhm.
You need to be applying pressure at all points in the game to make them do what they're doing right here and engaging with you instead of spending their resources setting up their own thing.
100%. Like you said before, keeping the Thalia in play does seem like it's going to be a pretty important thing to do in this matchup. This artist talent, making when they're able to see their entire deck. As it do. I don't think we've seen any Phoenixes yet, have we?
I think there's one in the graveyard right
Okay.
now.
Yeah, one.
There's a fourth lane. We can flip a Josh if we want, but it looks like we're going to be setting up this Kellen.
Mm-hmm. And just playing on entire. I think you just have to ratio.
Yeah, it just goes super wide.
Because like they have to block here. That's why they didn't attack.
I believe this Joshua card has lifelink on the other side, so that might be a bit of incentive to flip that a little bit ahead of schedule.
It also is flying, which means it can block Phoenixes if necessary.
It seems very good this way.
Cool, you still cuddle. Okay. I have Into the Fed Bar. It's such a neat card. It's so good, but it's also just very very reminiscent of all the bounce spells like Unsummon we've seen throughout the years. I mean, they're dead on board if they don't do anything. I don't think they're playing any main deck board wipes in this list. I did see it one side at least.
Yeah, nothing in the main deck, and it looks like we are trying to keep back this Cecil as well, just to have a little bit in reserve in case they do just start or continue firing off like a treasure cruise into 3 more removal spells.
Yeah. These tokens
Corey
aren't.
Steelcutters, yeah, trying to put up a little bit of defense, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough because we need at least every attacker is lethal right now.
No, Kithian's not. Oh wait, it can fip, right? It can fip. No, it can't fip an attack. Yeah, Kithian's not. So they can survive this next turn here. Especially with these Phoenixes. They almost just killed him right then, to be 100% honest with you. I think they probably have to be this aggressive. I don't think they're going to win the game if their opponent's able to have these zip to next turn. But these Corey Steelcutters do threaten to kill them next turn. Even if they're at 20.
So Alicia comes down and we get to bring back what, probably Athalia.
Yeah, but Thalia doesn't really do much on this board with them having 5 mana. Like, they only have 2 cards in hand. They get bring back the Phoenixes again now too. This do be a cruise.
Or how many cards in library our opponent or our Phoenix player has.
I don't. It has to be like under 30, but I don't think it's that much.
Oh, they're certainly under 20 at this point. Like, this artist talent's been out for what, 5 turns now?
Yeah, something to that effect. Yeah, you're right.
They nearly lethal attack. Looks like the copper code is getting in for 3 here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then just dump out the Cecil. Why not? It's another.
Yeah. He knows they don't have board wipes main deck.
Yeah, another attacker. Zach will keep anything that we've got in
Yep.
security, and that is the end of game 1. So, very aggressive start from the humans player. That's a pretty typical line that we've seen from the humans decks of the past, and I don't know, fairly expected from what the archetype has available.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm looking forward to see because the new card. Now Zach was great there, and then also, what was the other Boros new card? I can't look at it while I'm looking at this. Joshua was actually pretty good, but he's actually cutting Joshua here.
It looks like we're bringing in Portable Holes wedding announcements. No, not the wedding announcement. The
Portable
other
Hole
Jarena,
and Decoration in Stone.
yes, in Declaration.
I don't know how I feel about 4 of each, and that feels a bit too much for me personally.
Well, the big thing is you need to deal with Corey. Like,
Yeah.
if the way that you are attacking means that they need to invest all of their resources to get their phoenixes back from the graveyard every turn and block with them, which they're happy to do, but is significantly worse of a plan when Corey is out because you're also getting the attackers that you need from Corey. So if you're able to dispatch exactly the steel cutter, you should be able to fight through any number of birds that they're able to bring back.
Yeah, that was my question. They ended up choosing not to, but at first they were doing four Decoration and Stone, and that felt like too much. And it seemed like they changed their mind and agreed.
Declaration is probably pretty powerful if you can resolve one, but I'm not sure that it's going to super matter in the long run. Because most of the time, that card's only going to hit like one Phoenix at a time.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like bringing in either one seems great, but I think bringing in 8 total removal spells like that slows you down too much, especially when it means cutting more creatures and makes your own barriers worse because they're now affecting you too. Also, this is a very scary start for Phoenix.
Yeah, the our humans player had a bit of a choice to make with their turn 2 play because none of them were super. None of them were like the ideal play. The Containment Priest stops the birds, the Jarina stops the graveyard, but in the face of a Corey Steelcutter and then a second one that also came down, there really wasn't a good option there.
Yeah. And you see them worrying about their life total here by choosing to play the starting town tapped later on over not overplaying the Piazza. Or playing the Piazza instead. They may just be dead here.
Yeah, this game will be over very quickly, I think. I'm not sure that there's anything outside of.
Yeah, they're just dead.
Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes.
I will say the only card that would have saved them there was Decoration in Stone, but it's a sorcery, so it wouldn't even been that great. Because it would have cleaned up all of the tokens. I do think on the play you just gotta have the 4 portable hole and just go aggressive as possible in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that hand was actually secretly something that we should have mulliganed because like it didn't apply very much pressure and only had defense against the birds.
Yeah, that's fair. It's kind of surprising not to see for him to be playing Destroy Evil over your Rain as the enchantment removal and artifact removal. Because just having a legendary human that can do it, I know I used to enjoy that when I played a deck Simio.
Well, there's the mana difference, right? Like
Yeah,
what how important is destroying, the thing on turn 2 as opposed to turn 3?
very much depends on if you're on the play or not in that case. And if the other text on Destroy Evil matters. Which I guess it does against like back decks or Soldier and that type of effect. And what is it? What's the card called? Unholy Annex. It's been a minute since I've touched Pioneer, so.
I feel like most players can say that.
Rick Watson, give me back my combo decks. The thing that most players are not saying. I just want to play Catha's Skin.
I don't know. These days, this Phoenix deck is almost feeling like a combo deck. Like
Yeah.
they
Especially
don't really do anything until they do everything.
Especially if cards like Artist Talent and Corey still could have putting him in that view. I'd keep this hand. 3/1 drop. 3/1 drops.
It's very aggressive, but it doesn't do anything to slow them down. So I'm wondering if,
it does.
like, if we see another double Corey start, I don't think this hand can beat that.
I don't think many hands can beat that in Pioneer, to be fair. This does help against Phoenixes, so yes, they do it main phase. That's the only thing, but that's just one thing. I don't know if they have the options to. That's. I don't know how I feel about that one.
I don't like playing the Mutavault here. I would much rather just jam the Kellen.
Yeah, same here. But
the Mutavaults are for after they cast all of their like leyline axes or lightning axes and stuff.
And especially when you're playing Cecil here, you want to be as aggressive as possible. Otherwise, they will just kill you.
Right.
One thing I did miss is this general. I will not be able to pronounce it. Not is general. Is not castable this hand.
No. Yeah, that could definitely be a problem.
Neither
is Zadalian.
Oh, that is the price for paying 3 colors in our humans deck.
Yeah. I'm not sure how good Mutavault actually is in this deck, to be like completely honest. You're very color intensive.
Yeah, I think they're only playing 2, if I'm not mistaken. But I think that's still like a bit risky. Opponent is feeling the pressure though, even if Buddy Bill can't cast his spells. There's a Corey Steelcutter. Probably an op to consider. Oh, removal spell, even better.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing that could have happened there
Yeah.
for the Phoenix deck.
I think I think you gotta play your starting town. Doesn't Karen get first strike on his first ability, or is that his second ability? I would look, but I can't look off the screen. That's why it goes on screen.
Kellen gains. He gets the exile ability on the first, and then gains double strike on the second.
Again, add him backwards.
Here's the second Corey that we were talking about.
Yeah.
I'm not,
I don't know if
Yeah.
he has anything in his deck they can answer 2 Corey Steelcutters on turn 4 or on turn 3 like we saw last time. Yeah. It makes me wonder if what is it called? If the Phoenix player even kept in Phoenix.
honestly, you probably don't need it, right? Because your
Yeah.
opponent's going to bring in a bunch of graveyard stuff, which, if your plan is to then kill him with Corey Steelcutter and like a Pixie, you don't really need them.
Mm-hmm. We're probably just seeing this game end right here, which is sad to see for a Bud. But that do be magic. You have 2 more spells, opponent. This looks like a treasure cruise, so probably.
And that is quite the stack right now. I'm certainly not in an enviable position from skill.
I'm going to say, we'll see this in 5 minutes, but chat, how do you feel about Corey Steelcutter in any format that it's seeing play in? And by any, I mean every. I don't know how much you pay attention to the Legacy Servo, but it was even the Is It Delva deck is a
Yeah.
Corey Steelcutter deck.
I believe that. Yeah, card's really good.
Yeah, card's real good. It's just the next Dreadhorde Arcanist card for that format. 2-mana thing that gains value for effectively existing. He's already dead.
Phoenix is super unnecessary there, but
Well, we know they didn't drop the Phoenixes, is what I'm saying. Okay, let's see if we can find out where someone else is now in Discord and find another game to watch. There's the Azorius Control Player versus the Phoenix in Room 4. It looks like Room 6 is already done. And then if you want to see, yeah, so we can watch either side of the Is It Control versus Blue White. Sorry, Is It Phoenix versus Blue White Control. I think that's the only 2 that are still going on right now. Oh, I see. And let me pull them up. It looks like we found a Rakdos mid-range player. You just get this what it's showing the right room. Discord, why are you doing this to me? Here we go. Sorry about that, chat. Alright. It looks like they don't have the arena sounds on, but we'll do what we can on that. So, can you hear me?
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You're good. I just hadn't heard from you. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay, it looks like Yoda's Field. Is this the... Yeah, this is the Jeskai version of Yoda's Field.
Yeah, so we've got the Lotus Field versus one of our Yorion decks. It looks like it might be one of the Now, what is that card even called? I don't remember. It's been so long. The Enigmatic Incarnation.
I don't think it is because look at their mana base. There's not any. There's not any green and there's not any blue in that
There's no
mana base.
green, yeah.
There's no blue either.
Okay, interesting.
So it looks like it's just
Oh,
Mardu.
okay. Yeah, this is all right. So Mardu control parentheses Yorion. It is a United Battlefront themed deck with 36 enchantments in it.
You know what?
Uh,
I'm awful. Troy always
yeah,
makes some good
I'm
decks.
here for this. Oh, this is a Doom Foretold deck.
Oh, okay,
Lovely.
okay.
All right, I understand everything now.
Not to feel bad for them for this before this match is already over, but this does not seem like a good matchup for Doom Foretold.
No, not even a little bit.
There was a high noon in hand, but I think that got bounced.
Yeah, it looks like 2 High Noons was about all that they had for this matchup. One
Mhm.
Thought Distortion, one Rune Halo available in the sideboard.
Mhm.
But yeah, this isn't it's not looking good.
Yeah, this is probably the Deftorn. And it looks like they're already down a game.
3 Lotus Fields in play almost certainly spells death, I believe.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I don't know that I've ever seen that, and that player hasn't won.
I've done it once, but there was like 3 tax effects on board. But that was back when I was playing the Underworld Breach version of Field. They are down. Oh no, wait, never mind. They have they're someone's dead.
Someone will certainly be losing the game this turn. Which
Yeah,
player it is, we're not sure.
Oh no, it's there's 8 cards in the opponent's hand.
I mean, they could all be lands. You never know.
Yeah. And the second level of talent, they could all be ends, but they could mill themselves out. They have 20 cards, 24 cards, or 22 cards left in there. 21.
So it looks like this version of Lotus Field is trying to win the game with Niv Mizzet Perun,
Okay.
which I think is pretty interesting. Haven't seen very much of that card in Pioneer's history.
Oh, 100%. I'm honestly, I don't think I ever thought I was going to say. I'm just happy to see Fable again. It's been a long time, buddy. Oh, yeah, there's a And there's at least 2 hidden strings in the graveyard.
6,000 cards now back in hand with this Lear.
It has always been a funny one, and it was filled. I've seen a couple of people mess up with playing with hidden strings by it's not haunt. What's the mechanic? Cypher. By
Cypher, yeah.
Yeah, and so they can't cast it again if field before again. Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay, they have seen the writing on the
Yeah.
wall.
And as it comes down, that is the win condition for the deck, so they can then cast any number of spells and ping the opponent until they die.
Oh, 100%. And that is the match for them. Okay. I'm going to say we can watch another Otis Field player. Yeah, I think that's the only one that's left in room 4.
Alright.
I don't know if room 5. Yeah, room 5 seems to be done. Okay, I'll meet you there.
Yep. Oh,
And cool. We can go
this
right
is
into
a lot
this.
of cards I've never seen before and might actually just be limited.
Yes, this looks like to be limited. This is Final Fantasy limited. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see if there's someone else. Oh, let's check if there's any ones actually still going on and see what's going on with that. Let me just check on me. Yes, there was one match still going on. Which match? Oh, nope, it just finished. Okay, cool. Seems good for us. We'll get the stats pairings up. And for those at home, that should be about the time that deck lists are visible on the tournament page. Okay. That is everybody. I'm gonna get the next round set up.
Yeah, 0 matches are.
Yep. Okay. Let me just add the players and we'll get right back into streaming. Okay. Now we did see a little bit of that what is it called? The Mardu control deck. Do you want to we have a very interesting match of Mardu control versus Golgari control coming up. Did you want to see if we can
Yeah,
see
it
that
seems
one?
like a good place to start. Yeah.
Yeah. And then that was CM Hex. Let's see if we can do that so we can see a whole match of both the brews in the room. That'll be room 11 is where CM Hex already is. The game's not started though. Okay. And then now that you guys can see the list, is there anyone that you're hoping for specifically on trying to win? In chat. And then Servo. Let's see who actually won out that last round. If anything specific. So Esper Control beat what looks to be the Omnath deck Sadie. And then Prowess beat Mardu Greasefang. You hate to see it, but playing that many removal spells, that's what you expect.
Yeah, for sure.
Speaking of this Mardu mid-range, is there any decks to call the new cards they're playing? They're playing Joshua also, actually, from the new set. And is this from the new set? Is Thundering Blue Dragon from? No, that's a Aether Drift uncommon is the reason why I don't know what it is. I wish.
But if you know, Thundering Brood Dragon.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I play different decks. Not gonna say good ones, but different ones. Any one of the fun ones. We did have one Abzan. Did we have another Abzan take a win? Yeah, we had two Abzan decks take a win this. All three actually.
Ooh.
All three took a win. I'm reading
Oh,
all this.
sick.
Yeah.
Love that for us.
I'm about to say thanks, C, and sounds like we got some fast matches ahead.
Ooh, they have moved rooms.
They have. They went to room 7, but there's someone else already there. Okay.
Is that their opponent?
I'm about to say, I don't think so, but I'll check. Don't you? Yeah, I have any events. They're great. Okay. Where are them? It was. Okay, we're just gonna jump into the opponents. Since the opponent seems to already be streaming, I can set that up, even if the match hasn't started. Just so you know, I am going to deafen you, just so you can't hear us talk, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
So this is our Golgari versus Doom Foretold deck.
Yep, this is the Gagari control versus Doom. One thing to note about this Gagari control deck, I don't know if you saw it in there, but they're actually playing 0 creatures.
Oh, I love that. That's so good.
It is definitely a choice. I saw that and I was like, how do we win the game? And
Yeah, so
I found the way. But
there's definitely a way to win the game in here. So they're on just like a ton of board wipes, pillage the bog, and invoke the Invoke Despair for a bunch of interaction,
Mhm.
Fatal Push, Assassin's Trophy, and then they've got 3 Unholy Annex and 4 Mutavault as their win condition.
They definitely are. And I imagine this was going to be the last one to see play, or the last one to end, if I had to guess about any of these.
Yeah, this game might be quite a while.
Just means more to watch.
We have Jam to Beanstalk, which is probably going to be very good in this matchup, assuming it doesn't get its doom foretold.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will say, if you're going to sack anything to Doom Foretold, and up the Beanstalk is not a bad option. You've
That's
already got a
true.
bunch of value off of it. One thing I've never seen, though, that I'm hoping to see here in a minute, is I've never seen an Evoke Despair trigger up the Beanstalk, and that sounds gas.
Oh, yeah, I'm super into that. Unfortunately, that is also the only live card in this hand right now. Fatal Push, Deadly Cover Up, and March of Wretched Sorrow don't do anything in this matchup.
Oh, 100%. I imagine what we're going to see the Deadly Cover Up be is a 5-mana motor on this Yorion, if I had to guess. That's a funny hit.
Yeah, I love that for our Doom Foretold opponent.
And, God, this Evoke is even good here. Because they get a sacrifice to the treacherous
Yeah,
blessing.
they sacrifice the
I don't think any
they
card in this hand
sacrifice.
is good. Except for beside you. And like I guess they're doing it.
So, do you sack the blessing here, or do you sacrifice the temporary lockdown to get all your stuff back?
I don't think anything they took mattered for them. Like technically the high noon does, but like that hurts you too a little bit. I don't think it hurts either player more than the other. I think this is
Breaker. You gotta get rid of that Fatal Push, right? Like, it's the card that does the
yeah.
absolute least. Second Treacherous Blessing. Oh my goodness.
And they already have that Yorion in hand, so like whenever they're ready, they can just draw 14 cards, and the Glugali players already lost their beans. So like they're fighting uphill for this. This might actually be fast.
Well, game 1, at least. I'm not sure
Yeah. The Glugali
once we take out all this removal how things will go.
yeah, the Glugali deck is probably a good crap ton of removal, to say the very least.
Oh my god, Disturbing Mirth. I love this card so much.
Yeah. Hex is a man of the people, is all. Both of these men of the people. But both is a card I'm upset that I haven't seen stand would be good. And even the new sacrifice effects don't really play too well with it because you want to be playing stuff like Sephiroth.
I mean, I figure it's just too slow for mice, right? Like,
Yeah, which like that's a big question of it.
which is every card in the format, of course. But
yeah. I will say, I am looking forward to the 30th because no matter what happens on that day, everyone is going to use their mind. Because,
is that a ban day?
yeah, that's the ban announcement.
Love that.
Yeah, so these momentum breakers, even though they're not killing creatures, like when you're looking at your opponent with 6 cards in hand versus your 1, it's not a good because I'll say. I wonder if they just have the Assassin's Trophy, this temporary Arcbound, to get their beings to try to get back in this game. Because besides
I mean,
that,
that is very likely the only play that they have available right now.
yeah,
So
that matters. Doesn't feel good. Who knows? Maybe Hex is not playing any basics. Would not be the first time I've seen it, okay? They're playing one basic. Cool. Forgot about that. God. That can't feel good for you.
no, not even a little bit.
Because neither one of those draws were good. The only thing that would feel worse, the first draw was good. Yeah. I think this game is over here, even with everything else going.
So they crack the High Noon to bring them to 11. The Yorion, the 2 Hopeless Nightmares to bring them down to 7.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just have Yorion in play, which
Yep.
is a 2-turn clock.
Yep. They can also morph to draw another 2 cards and put them back up to 7 cards.
Yeah, this is a
Like they have
pretty
to kill the
swift
lethal.
lethal coming.
Yep.
Fable just for fun.
I mean, that
Don't
gets
even
another
need
goblin.
it, but
That's a one-turn card now. Because they can Yori on here and then bounce Fable
yeah.
if they wanted to. This card does something, I guess.
Fatal Push is relevant legally speaking, but I'm I'm not sure how practical it is.
Yeah. It's make it food. They have to have some type of killing of a finder. Okay. Heck seems like the type to want to play up their food. Noted.
And honestly, shout out to iProfit for letting it happen.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is content.
I would have conceded this game 5 turns ago.
Yeah. Yeah, we've started our engines.
God, I hope we get max speed here.
Oh, we're going to. God, these draws have not been nice to iProfit either.
No.
Like, don't get me wrong, they're behind, but like, if they would have
And
drawn
what, 3 lands and a Fatal Push?
an Assassin's Trophy, but either way, like, not good options. The opponent at 6 cards once again. Oh, we get to block the token. But either way, I is fighting where he can, and as that card says, there's nowhere to run.
If you would have told someone 10 years ago that you could blow up a Mutavault with a 2-mana enchantment, they would probably lose their mind.
Yeah, old magic is funny.
What a fitting draw.
Their beans is dead. Everything's dead. Their hopes. But
This is certainly the end.
I mean, they can technically kill this Furion and survive.
And they get every other Yorion out of the deck too.
I would not be surprised if they were playing some main. Would not be the first time I've seen that of greed.
It's such a typical Yorion player move. Like, yeah, I got it both places.
Check just to be safe. God. Soul Sisters Call is a card I have not seen in a long
Wow.
time.
Yeah, that's definitely got words on it.
Heck, those words say win the game if this ever was off. Yeah, there's just so much card advantage in their hand too between the Morph and the Battlement. We're playing this just so we can sacrifice it to the Morph in a second and drain them for 4. And then they die to the Doom Foretold on upkeep.
Oh my god, I'm in love. I love this strategy so much.
I used to up Doom Foretold, man. The only problem I ever had with it was the games took 45 years.
Yeah.
Oh, what are we bringing in here?
That's a great question.
Yeah, Casualties of War better be coming in. That's all I'm saying. Outrageous Robbery is probably also fine here.
I don't know, that card might be too slow. Culling Ritual is certainly like the easiest bring in. You bring in Virulent Plague. Half of their stuff is creature tokens.
Yeah, but yeah, that's not that. I don't think that gives them enough value on that. You know what I mean? Like, that's effectively.
So how many cards do they have to take out? They have 3 Fatal Push, 4 March Reginstar to take out. That's like 7 cards right there.
I think they
And
kept the
there's
March.
still.
Yeah, I think they kept the March. In. Yeah, they did. Which
Wild.
yeah. I think the Assassin's Trophy is good enough.
Oh, this is an easy key.
This
Slam
is
it down.
This is a keep.
Do nothing for 3 turns and then play Culling Ritual? Yeah, that's like your ideal game plan.
They need to put the suspect board wipe, but for enchantments. That's what I need. Beans is a great draw here. Even if it's a bit awkward of calling ritual. This is the type of deck that Anthony would have. I'm sad he was able to.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
There's Casualties Award and there's Gakari Deckiest. The only thing he'd be sad about is we lost the Fable last game. What are we discarding, you know?
Probably Casualties.
I was like a trophy, to be honest with you. We're not that far. We're far, but we're not that far. And like, killing any of the things that are on board right now don't really matter. And if they play a Doom Foretold, this calling ritual cleans up the board state, so it doesn't do much. If we haven't already got the casualties.
Did they get a count on how many basics there are?
They saw at least 2. They saw a Plains and a Swamp.
Checking the deck list, there are 2. So I guess attacking the lands isn't really a viable strategy at that point.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. They're using this temporary Octane as a way to protect and to keep Beans offhand. That's a good draw if we're going to draw one. We need to draw another one next turn. Yeah, this mode's stuck in their hand again. That's probably what they're discarding here.
Man, this Doom Patrol deck is just infinite haymakers.
Yeah. And then Sioyon's gonna draw them 2 more cards. What is it called? Yeah, and make you discard another card, and guess can make you draw a card. But like that doesn't really matter here.
Well, do you want to jam the Orient, or would you want to try to find like a way to get rid of the temporary lockdown first?
Well, no, you just jam the Orient to fiat the temporary Octane, and then you get to do it again later on. It protects you against Coin Ritual. Or you just sack it to Doom Foretold.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like,
Yeah.
you get more value if you get rid of the temporary lockdown first. Is it Casualties of Wartime? Hit 3 permanents. Not bad.
Yeah. The only problem is you get rid of this temporary Octane, your Orient comes down, they get more value.
I mean, you just get rid of the Momentum Breaker.
Well, they
No,
got
don't do it.
another one underneath their Octane is what I'm saying. They got
Yeah,
depending on what they had. Yeah.
take your card back from your beings. That's fine. And then if for some reason you survive to next turn, then the Unholy Annex might do something, but...
Well, no, it gets discarded.
Right, but if you attack the Momentum Breaker, it doesn't.
Yeah. God. This deck is this sick. Thank you, Troy. So someone left me in control is all I'm saying. I forgot to change it to round 2. On the
All good.
Okay. Boss gets to sacrifice this temporary arc-down. Or Fable. I'm really.
There's just no winning here for
Yeah.
Golgari at all. Like, what can you even do?
Yeah, I guess make them discard the hand size so they get S value. Is that is that
Does
what we're
that
doing?
count as having less value?
Yeah, man. Yeah, we're going to draw those cards anyway. Might as well make them discard some of them. I guess. Yeah, this one's looking for one for the books already. This just feels mean. That puts him down to 10. They want to block with his Mutavault. But I think this
I would say why block, but what else is the Mutavault even doing here? Like,
Oh,
they're at 18. The best card in the deck is on the stack right now. Like,
the only reason why you wouldn't block there is if you're holding it for they play another momentum blocker and you need to protect the card in hand. But I don't know why you wouldn't just cast the card in hand.
yeah, right.
Yep. Yep, they die next turn, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many cards moving between zones in this deck. I love it.
I'm really hoping Hex goes very far in this tournament, just because I want to see some just some what is it called? Some deck like this do good in a competitive event. You don't get to see it too often.
Yeah, exactly.
Once again, the on time nowhere to one for this Mutavault. We are at max speed, and then now they're at -2. Okay, good
That's
games all around.
yeah. That was as painful as that was to watch. That was also just incredible.
Oh yeah.
It looks like there's something happening up in room 3.
Also, sorry, Troy. I just saw the message from Scuffle. I didn't realize you had some issues. You said room 3. Okay. Just so you know, I am going to mute you just so you can't hear what we're saying. Not mute you. Deafen you. Okay, and let's pull this up. Let's see where they're at in this game. Okay. Okay. It looks like this is some version of Jeskai control versus BY control, I believe.
This might be the creativity deck.
Could be the creativity deck, yeah.
I believe it is.
Okay. Yep, it is. That counter of the Vita the Tornado. I'm kind of surprised we're jamming on these, since we have these negates and sensors. This sensor in hand.
I guess if you're on the play, you're slightly incentivized to take initiative.
Misrise Viewer is cute.
That card seems very good,
Yeah,
especially in a creativity deck.
especially in this matchup.
Yeah, haven't seen that one played very much, but I'm glad it's here.
Oh yeah, I'm glad they finally fixed the bug with it too.
What was the bug?
So if you cast a spell and then activate it, and then cast another spell, both spells you cast would be uncountable.
Sick. Love that.
It's something we had to worry about in Timeless because of show and tell.
Oh man, I was wondering if we would negate the stock up. I'm not sure that that's correct.
I think I agree with you. I don't think you attack the card draw here. I think you protect what you're trying to do in this matchup. But I guess with this misrise village,
Yeah, with the village, you don't really need it.
And then we're going to. Well, you need it because of removal spells, right? They can still kill the token you're targeting.
Yeah.
You need it, yes.
Yeah, I suppose. Chromosed Seed Shark. Okay.
I mean, I've seen that one a few times. I've asked to it a couple of times too.
Yeah, it's looks like a one of in the sideboard, but this is the matchup that it's for. Is just like the grindy control mirror.
Yeah. Not being able to hold the
What's the
negate up
creativity
here.
hit?
They can't hold up negate.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not super ideal. Looks like they're grabbing Atraxa.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So what do we? Vagoth is the other hit in this deck. Only 3 is kind of mid, but it's still 3 more cards.
Yeah, you get another shot at the creativity next turn if
Yeah.
Atraxa doesn't work out. And remember when this deck had to used to have to creativity for 2 every time?
Yeah.
And then that deck won a Pro Tour.
And then
Couldn't happen today.
And then immediately got swapped out.
Yeah.
I still like doing it for 2, but that's for very different reasons nowadays. Drawing 3 extra cards for more mana. You can't block here, yeah.
I mean, you could. It's legal.
It is legal. It do be a choice. Is the creativity is playing any of the fountains?
They have no fountain.
That's weird. I guess they're valuing
2
the
Mirrex. Yeah. 2 Mirrex, 2 Mistraz Village.
Yeah, and this Narset Resolve.
Narset's pretty good.
And this Narset Resolve is real interesting here. I guess they're thinking they have the spite for it.
I don't know. I don't love doing that because, like, you can fully play around the Narset with what's in your hand right now.
Yeah, but like, I think if you're doing that, you want to play the Deduce before it resolves.
Well, you could just play the Deduce on their turn and then crack the clue on their next turn.
Oh yeah,
like,
that's fair.
None of what Narset's doing really matters here.
Yeah. I'm too used to playing Brainstorm, and like, it always cuts what you're doing off when you're doing stuff like that. I mean that steam. What's it called? That steam vents means they can hold up in the gate too, and creativity if they want it to. Do you know why they attacked with the token?
Um, Probably a misclick.
Okay.
I don't see why. I don't see any like advantage to doing that.
Yeah, maybe they saw the not block symbol, can't block symbol, and thought it was the can't be block symbol. Wouldn't
I
that
mean,
be
I guess you
true?
could like pump fake the seed shark and like pretend that you have another volcanic spite in hand,
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
but
Typhoon
you have
score.
lethal on board regardless. So like,
Do we see a hard cast Typhoon here? Probably
I
not,
sure
but
hope so.
it might now, now that we know there's a March in play. Is a way to just bait something, counter spell for the second creativity if need be.
Oh, it would be very funny to play the Shark Typhoon and then creativity for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just to make a 10-10 shark, getting rid of all of the incubator tokens.
Yeah.
I mean, you definitely don't have to do that because the incubators can't fly, so like he needs to answer the Atraxa right now.
Mm-hmm. And granted, they have these two tokens off of Sirkinson and a token off of Merrick's if they want to. But the obviously the incubator tokens are controlling those a little bit more.
You can also just make a 7/7 shark if they end up like tapping out here.
Yeah,
I'm
not
not
just.
sure that they would ever do that, but
I mean, they don't even have to tap out here. Like we know they use their march. I would maybe if I was going to cycle Shark Tiffin, I think I would do it there to see if I can counter this Teferi.
oh yeah, before the Teferi comes down, it's probably
Yeah.
a good idea.
Or he's cracked the queue if I wasn't doing that. Creativity used to be my favorite deck back when it was playable in Timius.
What
Turns
was
out
the hit for Timeless?
it was Atraxa still, but
Just still Atraxa, sure.
yeah, but the cards you used to make tokens were cards like Oko and Minskipoo.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, so they were just good cards. Now, no, for those cards are unplayable at times.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just not a good play right now.
There's not. I think you just got to make your token and be like,
Yeah, I just make all 3 tokens and then just start swinging. Because if we play creativity, it gets answered by Teferi because um,
mhm.
it doesn't have haste. If we cycle the shark, it's open to every removal spell in the deck.
Yeah,
Although it is presenting lethal exactly this turn, so like make them have it.
I think you
That is
have
what
to
we end
make
up
them have
doing.
it. Yeah, I don't think you have another option here. Make them have it. If they have it, you get a creativity for Atraxa again. Because it means they probably don't have 2 removal spells in hand. It's attack.
The Atraxa got exiled, didn't it?
You gotta get a Valgoth. That's still in deck.
Yeah, Vagabond doesn't really like do anything.
It's still a failure that kills when it attacks. Doesn't do anything great. You see them every so often. Don't. Oh.
Well,
Who
oops
hasn't been
indeed.
there? To be fair, who hasn't done that? It doesn't that cost them that much. It's still poison. itself later on, these Q tokens, but like, are they going to do it for 2 to play around removal? Can they do it? Yeah, they can do it for 2. Maybe that's why they did it. Oh, okay.
The only removal that can hit a clue token is March, right? Or no, they have Get Lost.
Yeah. I don't think they have 2 targets up in their deck. I could be incorrect. Yep, there's a March.
They don't. They only have one Valkaboth, one Atraxa.
I think not doing it for 2 that is going to cost them this game completely. Like, just give them no way of winning.
Yeah, because this turn, the fairy could deal with the shark like at minimum. And even if it couldn't, they have a 1 blocker still, and they have 4, 7, 10, 14 power in commander tokens.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Sokenzen tokens don't even matter at all either because
Yeah.
they just get blocked by the incubator.
Yep. You maybe just crack the Q this turn because you have the Sokenzen Merrics to make tokens into it and then hope to draw out of this, but I don't know if there's anything you can draw to be good here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to draw out of it. Especially because the opponent is going to be outpacing your draws. They can blink their planeswalkers with the Orion and Memory Deluge.
Mm-hmm. Didn't even draw. I think Gavi might be under too much pressure here with the what is it called? With everything going on.
We have a 2-turn clock right now with the opponent's creature land.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Markman almost does something, but like,
yeah. Don't crack the cube. That's how you have it. And there's no fair on this memory they use because it doesn't really matter if it gets countered.
right.
They go up to at least 2 real cards, three real cards versus your 1 half a card. If that in this
And like they can also see the deck list and like Censor and Spell Pierce are the only real interaction that we have access to.
have we already used all the negates?
I think yeah, we watched them do it earlier.
Okay, I wasn't sure how many they were playing.
Oh yeah, they only have 2.
Okay. I can't pull it up when I'm what's it called? Handling the back end too.
Right, right.
Just texting. There's always something going on. Yeah, just activate these 2 tokens. Surprised they're not activating these tokens main phase if they get to untap most of the mana. Or half the mana. The creativity is probably on basics now.
They have 3 mountains and no other basics.
Yeah, so they're down to 1 mountain now.
Yeah.
You're on Omen of the Seas that I haven't seen in a while.
that is some old school Pioneer tech. Honestly, with an active Teferi and only 1 card in the opponent's hand, like I don't think that we are anywhere accepting garbage time from the
Oh yeah,
blue-white control side.
100%. I agree. You can tell them kicking Evil Rock. Or sorry, what's his name? Dwayne.
Dwayne.
That's the name of that pet. The original one's called Rock Pet, but they gave him a mustache and a goatee. Real.
So I only usually click my pet once at the beginning of the game for good luck.
Yeah.
This is some interesting technique happening right here.
Yeah. If one is for good luck, how many must 12 be? 24 be? Four. They're going to draw their entire
And
deck
what?
next turn. And no one's going to stop it. To be fair, they did just discard it into Narset.
Yeah.
Granted, their draw was a hand. So, okay, no more basics.
I would just like to remind all of our viewers that according to the comprehensive rule book, you are allowed to concede any game of Magic at any time for any reason.
I am chat. Herrick just said, I was having a good day. Just joined the Sergeant Fairy. Now I'm mad. Real.
Understandable.
You haven't seen the things Teferi has done this game. This Narset has also been mean. Can you tell me how many matches are left up for this round?
Yes, we have 2 matches remaining, including this one.
Yeah.
The other one is Ebza and Greasefang versus Phoenix.
That one's still going on. Is also weird. That's one of those matchups that either it win. One side wins very fast, typically.
It looks like that is none of the people streaming.
Yeah. It's all good. This
I mean,
is
may
fun.
as well, right?
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe the opponent has a heart attack and it doesn't get up for 10 minutes.
Okay, calm down, Reed.
You never know.
Yeah. Reed is a wonderful player. But I am very much the opposite of him, where the moment that I think that this game is over, I have the confidence to know when that is, and I will not play it out any longer. After
Yeah,
that.
no, for sure. I could see the game to Teferi entering the stack. I'm not even going to try to like counter it.
Mine is always, if the fairy has been there for a full turn cycle, I have lost that game 99 times out of 100.
Yeah,
But-
they just need to activate the first ability and that's it.
Yeah.
If they minus and that's all they do, like you could work around that. But
Yeah. But yeah, that means I'm already way ahead for them to be minusing. Teferi can drag you back from a yacht. It can't drag you back from being dead. But I do have to point out here, at least Cal gave a good warning on what deck he was playing, even if this wasn't open deckist. Because just look at that the player icon here, Gandalf. He gave the warning.
yeah, like I'm not sure what else you can do to tell your opponent that you're about to have a terrible time.
We'll have to see if we can find a combo matchup next round. Just to match up all these control decks we saw this round. Between Marduk, Gori, and Izzet versus Creativity.
Oh, we got the whole trio now.
Guys, despite what they tell you, this is the Gatewatch. This is what Watchy doesn't want you to know. Sorry, opponent.
Is that the one remembers voice on Arena? I've
Yeah.
never heard that before.
Yeah, that's it.
Not a fan.
I like most of them. I don't think there's any of the voice actors I like really, really hate. Oof. But that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah. Sorry that you had to go through that.
Sorry it was on camera. Okay. That might have been our last one, but I may be incorrect.
Yes, round is over.
Cool. Okay. I'm gonna get Scuffle pair that. Since we were having some issues with one of the players. Oh wait, no, he's I'll do it. I'll just check on Troy this time. If for some reason it dropped him out this time. Just make sure. Okay, did not drop him out this time. Okay, cool. Is Scuffle joining us on round 3 or in round or after round 3? Do you know?
After, I believe.
Cool. I'm gonna say either way is fine with me. Okay, I'm gonna jump into the streaming channel real fast so I can unmute this gentleman. Oh, maybe I don't.
Right on.
Yeah. Okay, over here on this. Time to announce round 3 is paired. Okay, cool. And it looks like that won't be a problem. Which is when you able to see. Okay, round 3 there. Let's see if we can find one of the absent players that are playing. What is it?
I believe just play better in round 6 is
Okay, cool.
maybe.
That's easy to check. If Mie would stop being Mie.
That certainly will not be happening.
Yeah, they are. And they're actually against our Exorius control player from last round.
Sick.
So let's jump over to room 6 and start getting this set up. And no. Hey, just so you know, we're gonna deafen you just so you can't hear what we're saying. Cool. Let's get this window set up while they try to set up their match. So now that you guys can see the deck is. How do you feel like Final Fantasy has affected all of this? And like, is there any interesting cards we've seen? Because I know we've seen Cecil, we've seen the Burrows 3-drop. What was his name?
Phoenix something or other.
Yeah, Joshua.
Joshua? Yeah.
We saw Joshua, Cecil, and Zach Fair. Zach Fair in the model list. And we've also seen Joshua in a couple other lists too, and like the crew list. Is there any other cards that we have from the new set here? Because I know a lot of people are down on this. Oh, there's Starting Town too, also. Starting Town we've seen, and there's a couple lists with Starting Town.
The deck that we just watched has the card Ultima in it.
The board wipe?
I don't know. I have not read a single Final Fantasy card.
There's three cards in there called Ultima for the context too.
Yes, destroy all artifacts and creatures end the turn.
Yeah, there's a creature, there's a board wipe, and then there's some other sorcery, I think, that also the name Ultima is the starting point. Because
Um,
they hate me specifically. Yeah, I think that's
that
it.
list is that list is also playing the card Reign of Revelation, which I don't think you would be able to guess what it does.
I have played that card. It is you mill a couple cards and you
No,
return
no.
cards to your deck with replicate, or am I thinking of a different card?
Reign of Revelation is 3 in a blue for an instant from M21. It's an uncommon. Draw 3, discard 1.
Okay, yeah, definitely did not have that right. Wonder which there was a card that has replicate that I know uses an pop to mirror the opponent and also return cards from their deck to their
That's
to their hand. But I'm mixing them.
Dream of something?
It's probably a
Dream of
dream.
Thought?
Something like that. Close enough. I do want to point out there's also a Auras player that is playing today too. I did not see that yesterday.
Yes, I saw the Auras player with the Cyber Cryptomancer.
Mm-hmm.
They're not on anything new, it doesn't look like.
No,
But
it looks like normal standard
no,
stuff.
they have Starting Town. So 4 mana confluence, 4 Starting Town.
I mean,
That's one way to power out your 4-color aggro deck.
I mean, you gotta play your card somehow, I guess. That is where I saw it going. I will say, now that we have it released that we're going to get the shocks back in next set. Starting Town stonks are way down.
Yeah. Sorry to everyone who gambled on that card, but I don't think it's going to be working out as well as you know.
Looks like they're challenging up too, and it looks like they're starting right up.
Sick.
Cool. This is the Abzan Grease Fang side versus Blue Eye Control. Like we said before, the opponent is giving every warning possible that they're playing Blue Eye Control.
The Untouchable.
The Untouchable. I didn't notice what their Thieves were. Okay, they're not playing the Fairy Thieves. I mean, this is a good hand. If you're playing Grease Fang.
Yeah, this is the perfect curve if this cash grab plays along.
Yeah, if this Cash Grab finds a Grease Fang, or if this Rafine's Informant does. Thoughtseize, Rafine, Cash Grab. Well, you probably Rafine's Informant instead of Cash Grab here, because you already have the Parhelion in hand.
Yeah, and this was also assuming that we're looking at the opponent's deck list, because sometimes that doesn't happen in open deck list tournaments. I would probably not Thoughtseize until I have my Grease Fang like ready to go.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because then something like this happens where you don't take a card that matters, and your opponent has like 3 turns to build into something that does matter now.
Yeah, and what's it called? The only way you get punished if you draw exactly Grease Fang on turn 3 or on turn 2 off this Informant.
Yeah. What the hell is this green black thing they just drew?
This is the card that I didn't recognize. The Aether Drift Uncommon.
Oh, is this one of the ones that has cycling?
I don't know, to be honest. I did not. I saw the name, saw the symbol, and was like, I don't know what this card does, and stopped reading. If I'm being honest here.
I see 2 black, black, green, green, and I just check out.
Are they playing any copies of Chariot?
Let me find their deck list.
I don't remember seeing that, but it could definitely be me just missing it.
Yeah, they're on 4 Chariot, 4 Parhelion, 2 of this Brood Wagon thing.
So this is like Chariot 5 and 6, I assume.
Text on Chariot. Menace Reach 6/5. When it enters, destroy a non-land permanent with mana value 4 or less. Crew 3, cycle 2.
Okay, so there's more of the cycle?
So that's like your sky ship.
Yeah.
Analog instead of. That's fine, I guess.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's castable. It's 1 mana more, but it's cycle, so hitting 3 ends and 1 sorcery off your cash grab can't not feel good. And this This Road Watcher's not doing much here either.
Alright, 3/3 when it enters. If you cast it, mill 4. If you do, return a creature with mana. So yeah,
they have to hit a Grease Finger for this, or it does actual nothing. I'd be.
I'm not sure I'm in love with this card.
Yeah, did extra or nothing. Was that a Hill Troll, a 4-mana 3/3, or is Hill Troll worse than that?
Oh, Hill Giant, the 4
Yeah.
mana 3/3.
Yeah.
That might be Gray Ogre. I'm not. But both of those cards are slightly older than I am.
Yeah, you can't tell me that. Sorry, doesn't exist. I mean, next turn I get cast this wagon if ain't nothing go. What would say? If you don't draw anything good.
Man, all these players are moving so fast. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I do not play this quickly when I'm playing anywhere, on paper, online.
Wild to me. Wild to me. This is a question here, and if you want to cycle this or try to find your Grease Fang, or just want to try to hard cast it.
Yeah, there's no permanence, so like
It's still
is
just
only
a
a
6/5.
6. Yeah.
Like, is it the best 6/5 ever printed? No, but like, it's still a 6/5 that they're going to have annoyance. It provides a permanent threat on board. And like they attack for 3, they go down to 9 heal. And like if this March can't kill it, and so any creature becomes a threat.
Yeah.
I think
I
they
don't
just hard
know.
cast
Like,
it because if they counter it, they spell pierce it. That's the only thing they could have to.
yeah, I think I would throw it away, honestly. Like,
Cycle it or
yeah, cycle it.
okay.
Because there are other much better hits that you could draw into
Mm-hmm.
that impact the board significantly more than this two at a rate that's higher than what this is providing.
That's fair.
That said, if we find a way to crew it, and also the opponent has nothing next turn,
Well, we have a way to crew it. He's probably bouncing this for fiends, but like
well, no, like with the opponent at 9, we had lethal if we had a way to crew it.
yeah. That I mean, look. Thoughtseize your opponent for your Grease
Yeah, this is
What?
why you don't Thoughtseize on turn 1.
Well, no, they have the Widowbook command that hits into sorceries, correct? Or am I
Does
missing
it have address mode? I don't know.
I don't know what cards do anymore, guys. I don't play this game.
uh,
I thought it had a into sorcery mode.
no, it has an abrupt decay.
Ah, sorry, mixed up which different what's it called? Greenback card it had.
If it were collective brutality, that would do what we wanted to.
Ah, different card. I mean, does it if? Yeah. Yeah. This kills him.
Yeah, this is actual lethal.
Man, I have Grease Fang.
I'm not sure why we kept the informant around with the Teferi, like why we drew a card.
Yeah, that's more the question though. I don't think you use that spot if you bounce. Like you go tapped out. Well, I guess you used to the Grease Fang then too, don't you? Because the Teferi tapped him out.
No, if so, you still have the. Oh yeah, okay. If
Yeah,
the
so
Teferi tapped him out, then yeah, I guess you do.
So I guess they
Just
value.
don't play Teferi.
Yeah. Granted, we know at least one other card in their hand was also another Teferi.
Yeah.
So like, if they would have killed it, it wouldn't have mattered too much.
I guess you could just naked cast Yorion, and it's a better blocker.
Yeah.
You still lose to exactly Grease Fang, but
Mm-hmm. Because they're the point area, so yeah, they would take 10 or 9.
Looks like our Greasefang deck is playing Voice of Victory in their main deck.
Mhm.
I'm wondering if that's going to end up being relevant at all here, because like this is the matchup that it's for, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. See with this with Phoenix, because it means Phoenix can't kill Greasefang. I'd keep this hand.
Yeah, on the draw, it's fine.
I will say I don't know what I play turn 2. I don't know if I play Voice or if I play Cash Grab.
Probably cash grab.
They're questioning too. Okay, they go Cash Grab. I have been outvoted. What's up?
Voice is better when you have something to protect with it.
Mhm.
Like just casting it as a 2/2 or whatever it is like it's just a 2/2.
Yeah, but a lot of times versus the control decks like this, um, just having a body on the battlefield, even if it's a 3/2 or 2/2, just being able to attack early on and force them to interact with you is very important. Because it means once they've killed a couple of creatures, they're less likely to have answers to stuff like Greasefang or hard casting stuff like Chariot. Belmoke's a good draw here.
I was going to say it's interesting that we kept the Bitter Triumphs in, but I guess in the face of this Beza, it's
They also have to be
slightly
able
more
to.
justifiable.
They also have to be able to kill Teferi. That does kill.
I mean, you don't
Plenty.
have to, right? Like you just attack around it
That's fair.
in the ideal.
They're probably just going to kill this, pay 3 IPO. Attack for 3. God, some consider it was a cool design and one of my
That
favorite
is,
cards in that set.
what does it do here?
To be honest with you, I don't know why they're playing it. The field of the it does activate creature
Yeah,
engines and it does
it
activate.
activates Field of Ruin and Restless Anchorage,
Yeah,
but that plan.
I mean, you're second Overlord.
Oh, they're playing Fountain Port and a
Okay,
couple others, like Castle Ardenvale. Okay, it does a
okay,
bit more.
makes sense to me. I think you just jam Overlord here. You could play Inform it, but like these Overlords require a threat 2 turns in a row later on.
Yeah, I
Completely
don't
missing
love
it,
playing
right?
Informant here.
Completely missing there does feel bad. I will say. There's no
That's
option.
why I don't tend to like gravitate towards the Abzan versions of Greasefang. I much prefer Mardu, where I have more agency over what goes into my graveyard. Like just randomly milling yourself for 4 never feels good.
Mhm. But when you hit,
Yeah, when you win the slot machine, it feels great.
yeah, I have a Gambian issue. It's that I'm not Gambian enough. Simple, just gamble more, then you hit the shots machine more. What is this?
So you see, we could play blackjack and the slot machine at the same time.
I mean, I'm sure you've seen what video game I've been playing. We see Batro.
Why are we thought seizing? Doesn't do anything.
It's good to know about the Supreme Verdict. I think you take Verdict too. Because like that means they can't kill both your overlords in 1 turn. The veto's doing nothing on this board state.
Well, if you have both of your overlords, that means the first one's already attacked.
Yeah.
And I think you're winning the game at that point.
Well, you get one trigger off and then they kill both of them. You're probably ahead, don't get me wrong. But I think the Verdict is one of the few cards that can bring you back in. If anything was going to. Because otherwise you're one running these overlords that have already gained a card, except for the second one. like Verdict the East goes actual 1-for-1. I guess Yorion does block for 2 tones. Kind of surprised to see no informant.
Well, they know about a Supreme Verdict, like you don't want to incentivize that. They have lethal, like, very close to next turn.
That's fair.
Makes it be 2 turns. Now they can do 8 next turn.
Yeah, we can just Takuma here. Takuma. Choose Abzen for a fast combo match. We choose an opponent that's on control. This voice is
Well, it was
almost...
either
Hmm?
it was either this or Lotus Field, so
Fair enough, fair enough. Where's Mono Red when I want it?
sorry, best I can do is auras.
Yeah, we got Auras and we got Is It Prowess. That Is It Aggro deck is not playing Phoenix, if I remember right.
They're not.
They're playing 6 show off. Show off in 4 coins.
Oh.
Yeah. They're just
Hate
the
that.
Prowess deck. And they have to Wrath Tail or at least have something. And even if you Wrath Tail, your opponent just Takanuma's back the Overlord next round. Or Grease Fang. Yep.
Honestly, that's perfectly fine there, I think. Like,
Yeah.
you get your Overlord next turn, you have 6 power worth of Rafines in hand, plus potential for something off of the Stakanuma. You can always just hit a Grease Fang and end the game.
I was talking to a buddy of mine the other day. The ends they've been designing in the last like 5 years are some of the best design stuff I've seen. As far as
For the lands?
yeah, between like Takanuma going on, you got the MDFCs, all of those. I love those designs.
I do like adding utility to the land slot.
Mm-hmm.
Because like it makes the feel bad long games much less frequent because you like always have something you can do, even if it's just making a 1/1 or whatever.
Oh, 100%. Like it just makes you feel like you're in the game still. And like it means you don't ever mana screw unless you get Muroneki, or you're just trying to take advantage of them too much. Like one of my buddies was judging me because I was playing 34 Lilians and 4 multi-face dual cards as spells in Commander, and I was just like, nah, this is fine. This is what I need because I would much rather Fed than I would screw when we have these options.
They brought in the Knight of Autumn here.
Yeah. I wonder what they're. I guess they're afraid of Rest in Peace.
Oh, maybe, but
Like the opposite deck is actually pretty good about existing without it.
yeah, like we saw them take the Voice of Victory over Grease Fang with the Takanuma. That's rough.
That does feel bad. Maybe this informant will find us something. They only have one more basic too. I mean, we might see that. I mean, there is a Grease Fang in the graveyard.
Yeah, that's technically true.
Do you discard the Bitter
Yikes.
Triumph hero? I think you kind of have to.
I
That
probably
one,
wouldn't, just in case, like, because like the Teferi is the thing that will turn the game around from this point. So like, you need to be able to answer it now.
does Teferi win versus three Ether attackers? I don't. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh no! I see why you get rid of the Bitter Triumph. Actually, Rafine's informant currently has 2 power.
Yes.
That's why you get rid of the Bitter Triumph.
Why didn't we play Road Watcher last time? I wonder.
I think we're just playing cautiously. I'm not sure.
I guess they're playing around Sensor.
Yeah, that could be. There are 2 in the deck.
Yeah, we saw one of them already. I'm pretty sure that could have been game one. What
I
if we
think you have to
deflate it?
play something here.
Yeah.
Like play the knight just so you're not wasting another turn.
That's why I'm confused. I just don't know what we're afraid of here when we have both of these.
Right. Knight could also just destroy the temporary lockdown if you want to win more.
I think you do that anyway, just because it taunts Road Watcher into a killing threat next turn, even if it doesn't, even if your graveyard gets exiled, because it can clear the Bank Buster.
Mm.
How many Night Bottoms? So many Night Bottoms. Yeah, he's getting revenge for the matchup last time. Okay. Yeah, just draw a card. I don't know what you're trying to bluff here. I'd rather draw a card and then be able to play it if I was trying to bluff. Yeah. They probably have Supreme Verdict in hand and the Bank Buster's just telling them too much. Well, that is that round for right now. Let's see how many people are actually still playing.
This says we have 5 matches remaining.
Wow.
4 matches.
Four
We
matches? Okay.
can.
Cool. It looks like someone just was able to get played.
Doom Foretold is still playing.
Which one is that? Is that
20.
20? Oh, I didn't even see these people down here. Cool. So we're finding rooms I didn't know existed. Hey Hex, just so you know, we're gonna mute deafen you just so you can hear what we're saying. Undeafen the other gentleman. Get this set up in here. Who you have to tech for stuff to detect person. I don't want to do this.
Andra Awakened Inferno has hit the board. That is one that the control decks really struggle to beat.
Oh, 100%. What is it called? I miss playing with that card I used a little bit. Ace of Gus made it unplayable for a while there. Here, let me cut up the sound on this. Can't hear the arena sounds. And if I don't have stimulation, my brain falls apart. Yeah, before we start, what's it called, streaming today, I was trying to set it up where I could still listen to music and the screen wouldn't hear it. And it was being a bit funky with Discord. But beta features be beta features. It looks like Hex is ahead here. Like these 3 Chandra top tokens emblems are going to kill fast.
Yeah, it's a 2-turn clock right now that you can literally do nothing about thanks to the rules of the game.
Yeah. Simply cheat. That's always my advice. You win more games if you cheat at Magic. This is a joke, and do not take me seriously.
I mean, you're not wrong though.
Not...
Like, you can gain 2 life from the Wandering Emperor, but still, so you
Now-
go to 8, which makes it a 3-turn clock.
Well, so like you can gain that, yeah, but that requires something attacking. Like, you have to exile your own creature in that case, and you have nothing. Because you attack with both your creatures.
I mean, would you rather do that or lose the game? Like,
Yeah. It is what it
oh,
is.
and the United Battlefront.
Yep. Ooh. Not what you want to see, but also just still probably just wins the game anyway. I think you're using this game. And you're at 17.
Yeah, that's all right. Wow.
We got
Doom Foretold might be a good deck.
Yeah, when mono red doesn't exist, Doom Foretold might be a good deck. That's always the problem with these decks. The aggro decks outrace them so much. Like,
Yeah.
one piece of 2-mana removal just doesn't do enough.
Yeah, I guess when 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the top 8 decks aren't present in the tournament at all, even a little bit. Yeah, a deck like Doom Foretold can excel quite well.
That really surprises me too about how open this tournament has been. Because
Yeah, like we've got no mono red, no mono black. Have like 1 hidden strings player, no mice, no angels,
Almost
no
no Izzet.
mid range.
Yeah, there's no mono black mid range. There's only like 1 or 2 Izzet Phoenix players. Like, there's not many of them. And like, that's always been a fan favorite deck about playing, so that's not surprising. That if any deck was going to see play out of all of them, it would be that one. This hand's probably fine. You hit your hand drops, you move for control decks. The shadow.
Yeah, this is like the ideal hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I play aggressive decks all the time. Do not is no. I'm what?
How dare you?
Yeah.
Now you're at 5 and you lose the game.
It is what it is, but let's see if they can crawl themselves out of the pit. I think they're undervaluing. Let's sort of put it. Underselling how good it is to hit control hand drops control matchups.
Yeah, hit all your land drops with 2 surveil lands.
Yeah.
And like everything you do is going to be unopposed the entire time.
And you have enough cards where you just keep jamming threats in this control deck. Just because you don't have counter spells does not mean you use the matchup. Like this.
And we're gonna Fable and it's gonna get censored.
Yep. I'm about to say you better. I'd start questioning what you kept.
Yeah.
They can't handle 4 Teferis and 3 ads. But we get a go Fable again next turn because like you. Well, I guess you probably go Battlements because you know they don't.
I don't think you can afford to try Battlefront. I think you have to Fable just because you know that they have censor in their deck.
That's fair. I wasn't sure if you would play change the equation over censor or not there. Because both of them are kind of niche, but like are good enough here.
Yeah, change the equation significantly better at other points in the game.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. So I think if they would have had censor then they would have played it over there. Granted, they had the veto, so it doesn't matter at the end. This game might just already be over. With no opposition to this Teferi at all.
Yeah, we'll have to see if the Battlefront resolves and what comes. Oh my god! Okay.
They will have no creatures. Discard the card you drew. Look, if anything was going to outvalue a Teferi, drawing 3
drawing
cards.
drawing 3 cards and then 2 cards might be it.
Yeah. I wonder what they brought in. I didn't see what they brought in this matchup because they still have the torch the towers. They still have these yes to an extent. They still have these breakers.
Oh, they have a 14 card. Oh, 14 cards with Yorion. So they have 4 Rest in Peace, 2 Authority of the Consuls, 2 High Noon, 2 Seal from Existence, 1 Chandra, 1 Rite of Oblivion, 1 Rune Halo, 1 Thought Distortion. I probably just bring in the Thought Distortion and the Chandra here.
Yeah.
Maybe Seal from Existence.
I would probably bring in Sail just so I can cut more removal spells. Because Sail also kills the Planeswalkers.
I would imagine that the only card they really cut is Temporary Lockdown. Or maybe High Noon.
No, they kept the temporary lockdown in. I'm surprised they're not going for the Rite of Oblivion here. I think you at that place where they have 3 cards in hand, it's probably going to be the least amount of cards they have all game.
Yeah, it seems pretty free adjacent. You either get the Teferi or you get their best answer, and you're free to do whatever you want after that.
Yeah.
Now you don't have fodder for your Oblivion, so you're priced into doing Chandra, and
This lockdown the bottle. Now. Because
what's the other card under it? There's the Mirth, and then what else?
To be honest with you, I do not know. Is it Rest in Peace? That kind of looks like the art for Rest in Peace. We have a little bit of a resolution on this. Yeah, you gotta get the Chandra down. Like, I doubt they're playing Aether Gust. And like, I think if you're Teferi at F7, that's the only win con you have. Is hope they can't gain enough life. Yeah. You got 20 tones.
Yeah, that's not the best use of Chandra that I've ever seen, but it's
No.
also kind of all we've got right now.
Yeah. Yeah, with so much, and that wondering if it probably means that they have enough. They're gonna have enough power to kill you before then.
I wonder how this game would have been different if they kept that 7.
Yeah, that is the question here, because we just don't know what they would have drawn. Granted, they haven't missed any hand drops since then, so. But
Yeah, if they would have missed land drops, we would have been like very easily pointing to that as the thing that went wrong. But
yeah. Yeah, I think they're just going to die here to these warrior tokens, semi tokens. Because between that and the Castle Audenvale, they're going to be able to activate now. Oh, that's weird. Yeah.
sacrifice a map token. Love it.
And then they get a fastest back. If it gets countered. Yeah.
Oh, it's certainly getting countered, but like.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, do that there. Then you get a. Yeah, it's Rest in Peace.
Okay.
What are they afraid of from this side for Rest in Peace? They're in called the Interaxes, right? Right?
I don't know. That might just be a matter of like taking out removal spells and putting in something else.
Yeah. I guess. He's at least it does something. That worked.
It'll.
They probably have another Teferi is probably what it is. But burning the force counterspell is odd if that's the case. Maybe they just want to get both uses out.
Or they have nothing.
Yeah, or they have nothing. That is always an option. But they had a fairy for 3 turns, right? Like, we gonna add this sewer on the hand, and Fico everything, and draw 2 cards. I mean, they might be getting back into it. If they were going to get back into it, this is the way. What?
They don't have an enchantment.
They have a moth. This
You
is
need
not.
an
Oh,
enchantment to sacrifice.
okay. I thought it was just an impermanent.
No, yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess moth is also being held for the torch to the tower if need be, because they can make it. They can kill a token, make it 2/2, and what is it called? Back another token, if need be. So they can kill all of the tokens with the moth and the torch.
Right.
I will never say that I am a pro Doom Foretold player. It would be very funny if this 1 damage is what took them out of the game.
I just can't see that happen. Like, you can't let that happen as if you're the control player,
Yeah,
right?
no, I
Like,
agree, but these tokens might just kill them. Because they get to kill the Wandering Emperor or whatever she targets this time.
what do we get off of that?
Nothing important. They're not playing any creatures, right? So there's nothing they can hit off of this.
No, yeah, I guess the Yorion got exiled, and that's the only way to
Yeah.
flip these things.
Oh, we'll probably be blocking here, yeah. There's no reason not to.
No,
Oh, wait, well,
the map token
yeah, you can
gives
map.
you a 3/3.
And you can set it up with back streets.
Dome for toll. Feels also pretty good on top.
Yeah. Granted, the opponent does have way more stuff to sacrifice here.
Yeah, they just get rid of the rest in peace, and then you have to get rid of your Doom Foretold.
Or a face down card.
Oh yeah, it's not a token. It doesn't look like an actual permanent, but it is, in fact, an actual permanent.
So you protect yourself for 1 turn by the virtual 3/3. If they attack you for 3/3, do you, no, it's a 4 striker. So I think you have to take the 3 if they do. Or they probably just make it 2/2 here, right? Make it 2/2, bound flicker it, make another 2/2.
There's the Arena of Revelation. This card is so bizarre. Why are you not playing any of the thirst for cards? Like,
Yeah. There's style in his name, and it's definitely easy with playing the 1 raid of Revelation.
I guess the psychic damage has definitely affected me. Sure, it affects the opponent. Okay.
I'm surprised. I think you have to keep the Doom for total round.
Well, the way that it maths out is like the opponent is 2 permanents ahead of you, so you'll never be able to get any like real value out of it, especially considering that they don't really care about either of the 2 permanents that they're ahead with. They
Yeah.
only care about the Wandering Emperor.
That's fair. I guess we get traded for token here.
Now I don't know what we what we could draw to get back into this.
Yeah. That's so. I do think it's funny that they sacked the Omen over the Rest in Peace, though.
Yeah, I don't know what the thought behind that is.
Yeah. Maybe they're not looking at their opponent's deck list. Could always be the case.
Yeah, that's fair.
Momentum Breaker here is fine. And Fable,
All three of these cards are very good.
The problem is they cost 2 AI. So yeah. Your ass card, you have to draw some way to sacrifice this. Either
You just pay the 2 mana.
no, BSing. Every time you cast a spell,
Oh,
you use AI.
sure.
That's what the problem is here. Like they're going to go down to 2.
Like,
Yep. They gotta play this, either one of these to survive, and they go down to 2. But this Fable is not going to do much. You have to draw a Doom Foretold. And they're dead. That's it.
yeah. They can only gain 1 life from Momentum Breaker. That's unfortunate.
It do be. That do be magic sometimes, though. Okay. Let's see if there's anyone else for Brian.
2 matches play.
I imagine one of them was the one we were just watching.
Yes.
One match playing. Abzan versus Isaac Phoenix. How is this still going on? I must know. Benji and Rex. Is that the person streaming? No, they're drafting. Yeah, Disney kicked their streaming. Well, if that's the case, Solo, do you want to take a break and start setting up for when Scuffle joins in? And go ahead and do it. Be right back.
Yeah, that's all good.
It all works out. Okay, guys, we'll be back in a little bit. Scuffle's going to be taking over on commentary. I don't know if I'm going to be with him or someone else will be, but either way, thank you guys for dropping in and seeing us. Okay, see you.
Yes, very excited for that one. So in this Karuka deck, it looks like we have one Final Fantasy card that's going to be Terra Magical Adept, which is the when it enters mill 5 and then you get an enchantment back. Yeah. The enchantment that they are trying to get back is Fires of Invention or Fable or Late Line Binding. Yeah, Ishki Dragonclaw. That's one from Arcure Dragonstorm. One green, blue, red for a 4/4 legendary creature human warrior. Vigilance Trample Ward 1. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've cast both a creature and a non creature this turn, draw a card, put 2+1/+1 counters on this creature. It's yeah, there's certainly a lot going on there, but it's in this deck just going to be a huge beater that draws a card every turn because I assume that you'll be able to pretty typically cast a creature and a non-creature. So I don't play Magic Arena. What is a qualifier? Okay. Okay. Crazy. Just 0 second downtime between game actions from both sides. No. And then what happens if you don't? Like, you die? Oh, you skip your turn. Okay. Look forward to the day when we can do this without having to jump through any of these hoops, but that is not today. Of the programs that exist, it's among them. Did you see how he organized his decks? It's like it's all the same deck with slight variations. Like this deck's called 4 Omnath, 0 Beta. Ooh. That is a mark of fear. So good. Oh, is that what that animation is in the bottom corner? Never seen that before. That's not even the right player. No, that's Beal. Banned, shot out of cannon. We will actively avoid you for time. Well, if you do that 3 times, that's technically enough. What happened? Oh god, I hate that. I hate that so much. Alright, we did it, folks. Oh, perfect hand. We have domain and we have non-lands. Easy key. I mean, this is basically the same deck, right? Like, it's the enigmatic deck before it played enigmatic. Are you allowed to say that? The domain established? No, we're missing. We have that with Hallowed Fountain. Um, well, you need to get rid of this Grease Fang now, so I would probably Leyline Binding there. You could also touch the Spirit Realm the Grease Fang, because I'm not sure that you will need to be blinking any of your own stuff. Like, all the cards that you're playing are going to be significantly better on average than every card in the Grease Fang deck. So, like, you don't need to double up on any decks. Oh, yeah, that is that a full control, failure? That's unfortunate. 4. Or even the Ishi Ishiki? Eshki? It's a 6/6. Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, with a known Takanuma, yeah, for sure. Y well, that's why you play the Abzan version is because sometimes you do win the lottery. You know?
Also, I just realized I was talking into the void. Uh, you could hear me,
Love that.
but chat could not.
Oh, cool.
It's all good. When I switched over to this mic. So, if anyone heard that, no, you didn't. Solvo's just been talking to himself for 30 minutes, and it's not your fault,
Nice. Love
Solvo.
that.
It's not your fault. That had to be pretty funny when I was motioning and gesturing going on. Why it was just us on the screen. No context. No one. They'll figure that out in about 5 minutes. That someone's trusted me with the internet access, and I'm about to make it everyone's problem. Mostly my own.
Yeah, so what does this Korea deck even want to sideboard in here? They've got 3 Anointed Peacekeeper, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Big Chandra, 2 Knockout Blow, Colossal Sky Turtle, Utsil's Flanker, Temporary Lockdown, Wandering Emperor.
It's definitely Fanco at very minimum.
Yeah, Flanker's good. Knockout Blow is probably good because that kills Greasefang.
Yeah.
Not a whole ton else.
The only other thing I would even consider is Wandering Emperor, and that's just because it gets rid of a vehicle forever. That's a good draw. Tiggy agrees.
Is that what that means when we...
Yeah. He knows he's on stream. He's showing it off. You remember the what is it called, the finals of the Timeless one we did, where Ryu was just before he played the card, he shook it around the screen, or when his opponent started with the Aeon of Sanctity when he had 3 Thoughtseize effects in hand. Just happens.
Here's a Greasefang. No other vehicles in the graveyard. I was not
do not
watching what
be-
happened off that cash grab.
I do not believe so, because that was instep. Granted, I think if there was, they would have anchored there.
Oh, this is really unfortunate. We do not want to cast Fires of Invention because Flanker has Flash.
Yep.
You know, yeah, we call that good deck building where I come from.
Yep, that's what I thought was happening. Second Greasefang. This is when they have 3 Greasefangs in hand, and that's why they don't mind it. This is just a 4-3. What do you do here? Do you exile, or do you...
Yeah, might as well.
I mean, you can give it 2 counters. And start
Well,
getting
it trades
aggressive.
with a Greasefang anyway. Like,
Yeah, but it gives you a threat with it on with Kindred and such. Is what I mean.
I don't think that this deck is pressed for threats. Like, they need utility more than anything else.
Yeah. I mean, I would name Greasefang
Oh,
here.
yeah, that's.
Okay.
I don't think that's. I don't think that's a good game.
I think they're playing Parhelion if they have the choice here. But like they can cycle this Thundering, so they can't.
But they also have a bit of Reunion in hand, so they can just get rid of the Parhelion anyway.
Well, yeah, that too.
I think that was a bit of a no-win situation.
Yeah.
There were 2 very good options.
Yeah. Kill it. Yep. Okay. Discard Parhelion. That was a fast game. Yeah, they would not.
Yeah, when you know when to concede, I think all of your games are fast.
Oh, 100%. But either way, we're lucky to have seen the Kruger match on that one. Let's see if we can find.
Troy is still playing in room 9.
Troy? Cool.
He's on Lotus Field.
Got it. Sounds good to me. We haven't watched it. Let me get that all changed over. Oh, hey Troy. Just so you know, we're deafening you.
Okay.
Okay. And pop this out and get this here. Sorry guys, I'm messing around. Always gotta do this whenever we switch the Discord rooms and all that. Okay. We are on stream. Okay. Yuxek opponent is also playing Greasefang?
Well, they were what 10% of the field today? More
Yeah,
than
yeah.
that, like 15%.
Yeah. I'm just checking it. This is a great hand. You just go Thespian Stage, Expedition map. You get to use all of your mana up this turn on this turn cycle, get a second Thespian Stage.
I mean, do you even want a fifth land? Like,
So you
I kind of
you
not against just playing Vizier, because the opponent's not going to kill it either.
well they're all playing they're playing 4 main deck Bitterroot. There's no reason to open yourself up. Because next turn you can get your Thespian Stage. Tap for 2 blue mana, play your Yoda's Field, copy it with Yoda's Field, and then the next turn, if you need to, you can pour over the pages, make another Yoda's. You can make another Yoda's Field, and I think pour over the pages with the Vizier. So this gives them, I believe, 2 untapped Yoda's Fields next turn, if I'm doing my math right. It's been a long time since I've done Yoda's Field math.
You didn't prepare for this event by practicing Lotus Field and doing nothing else?
Yeah. On Arena specifically. Yeah, so you
Ugh. Hate that
can-
island.
I love that island. The other option here is Ottawa, I guess, if you're worried. Because this is game
Otherwise,
2.
pretty good.
Depends if you want more mana or if you want to answer the something like Deafening Science. Because this is the Jeskai version, so they don't have Beseju. Ottawa, not that protects against Greasefang if you want to. I don't know if you need to though. Yeah, they just make 2 Greasefangs. Well, They can play Yoda's Field, untap it with this Vizier.
I mean, do we even want to do that, or do we want to convert or play this artist town?
Well, if you yeah, you're right. Just make 2 Yoda's Fields and then play Artist Town.
It's like the Greasefang, even if they get a Parhelion out this turn, it's not lethal.
Yeah.
And you have the win next turn.
I'm
if
too
you...
I'm too used to it being effectively lethal. Is it just the Charioting Graveyard that I saw?
Yeah.
So like that matters, but
I mean, yeah, like not really though, right? Because
yeah, not in a major way.
he's got all the pieces he needs in hand right now to end the game.
Yeah. You got manually tap heal. You just play talent in the pull of the pages and you get to see half your deck. Kind of wild he's not playing talent here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was intentional or not.
Now you play talent, correct?
I mean, you would think so.
They're doing math. Sorry guys, I'm actually the Otis Field Master. And I'm going to tell Troy what to do for the rest of the match. Sorry guys. They're not doing it yet. I mean, Anger of the Gods kills everything.
That is very funny.
And they can play Artist Talent too beforehand. You might be able to just go Artist Talent, Anger of the Gods, or yeah. This not playing Artist Talent is very weird to me. They would have gotten 3 extra card looks already. And like, if they ever hit a hidden strings and are able to put that in the graveyard for this year, they just win the game. If these are the
Right.
4 of the pages. I don't know what Into the Fairmont does here. What are you worried about? You can.
Yeah, I would figure you just take the Viziers, and he's doing this thing where it's like every other play
Oh,
feels like
he's
he's
worried about
trying
Soul Guide.
to.
Okay. He's
Okay,
playing
like
extremely safe here.
sure, all right.
Like,
Like it felt like only some of the plays were meant to be played like very defensively,
mhm.
but playing the pour over the pages, like naked, the first 2 of them were rather aggressive. So,
Yeah.
like hard to tell what's happening.
I mean, they probably win the game from here either way, though.
I mean, yeah, you got the hidden strings, and there's 2 pours in the graveyard, so you have like a
Mhm.
bajillion mana.
Did the Pours not get exiled from Soul Guide, Daniel? Or did right? That's why he was worried about that and why it was weird. Yeah, the Pours got those.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he has the Niv Mizzet, he has a rap, and he
Yeah.
has an Artist Talent. Like, do not. I'm about to say, do not cipher. Like, they should win you.
So
Pours.
what's the issue with ciphering?
You don't want to cipher there because it means it's not in your graveyard for you. Well, I guess
Well,
that doesn't matter when you actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you cast it from your hand, you don't want to cipher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it means you can't cast it again. Kind of surprised they're not activating the second chapter of Artist Talent. It'd make them even more mana, which like is not a problem, but just more safety. Yeah, there they go. Cool. Now they win. I miss when Mythics had animations like that. God.
I booted up Arena the other day just to see what it was like, and I played against 2 opponents who were playing Questing Beast, and that card has an animation that lasts 5 seconds.
It does. By the time you're already mid combat, it's still going on.
Yeah.
Now these are all bolts. Good. I don't know if I've ever seen. I haven't seen many max level. What is it called? Artist talents.
Yeah, what does the last ability do?
If you would do damage, there are 2 more instead.
Ah, okay, yeah, and it deals damage. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yep. If you do non-creature damage specifically, but either this just means they get a kick 5 times instead of 15. Thank you, opponent. This is when they play like what is it called? If you or something, just name you already dead.
Yeah.
The old Mitgo strategies. What are we and okay? They already sideboard.
Yeah, we're going
that's what
into
the
game
Braves
3.
were. Yeah.
That's why there was Anger of the Gods.
Nah, that's main deck. You can't hide me. This is the Anger of the Gods format.
Truly.
I mean, it exiles a hot hero and doesn't deal damage, so Now trying to
If
kill
there's
one.
one thing that can defeat a Heartfire hero, it's a turn 3 Anchor the Gods.
So you just roll it over into the next game. You just keep your hands, and you turn 1 Anger of the God. Because you were already dead on turn 2 or turn 3. The opponent's turn 3 on the play.
Simply cheat a little bit. That's all you gotta do.
I mean, yeah. Who hasn't done it on accident?
On accident.
Yeah, I will never forget when I was one of the times I was going to one of my first pre races, the Zendikar one. They had an uncommon that Kensing Wildfire.
Yeah,
Do you know what that card does?
I do, yes.
Is that card an instant or sorcery?
It's a sorcery.
I was casting it as an instant,
Hell yeah, love that.
and no one stopped me for 3 rounds. So I was just porting people on their upkeep.
That's good.
Oh, you have magic. The fact, someone stopped me, and I was like, oh no, I feel awful about doing this to 3 other people.
Am I going to do anything to make it better? No.
I mean, at that point, you can't really do anything. In 3 rounds, they've already had 2 other matches at least. Like, sorry, I cheated. Gives them the match game wins.
Sir, we need to restart the event.
Someone had to. Someone had to save them from me. Okay, let's see what type of hand. It's been a long time since I've cared about Yoda's hand, so I didn't even play this for it, so. I'm gonna use my
Easy keep.
easy snap. Just consider we'll find you a hand.
This consider will fix me.
You can fix me. Yeah, that's my new type. That's my new type. I need an that's even worse. God. Things you hate to see. That. This consider will fix me. It better. Everything is riding on it.
Oh yeah, this is not looking good.
Yeah, they molded a 4.
Oh, I mean,
The 6 and 5, both had no hands.
I told you got to keep that first one.
Yeah, you're right. The consider would have fixed it even more. The consider would fix this one too, but it's kind of rude to expect it to do it.
The real mark of a good Magic player is recognizing that you never mulligan a 7 ever, regardless of what's in it.
Yeah,
Every 7 is perfect.
7 is the peak amount of card advantage. Like,
Yeah.
and if your opponent doesn't follow the rule, you're up on cards. You just zeroed for 1. I mean, this Ileana's not good for us, but also doesn't really do much when we zero.
Does actual nothing.
Right now, yes, but over the end of this game, it will just go, we lost. I wonder what we'll discard. I mean, that finds your Otis field. I don't think you can toss that. Now, this Ileana activation is going to be a big question. If they don't just discard a Paul Ileana and play Greasefang.
I mean, Lotus Player's 18. That only does 13 damage.
Yeah, but do you discard the Anger of the Gods or do you discard the Paul of the Pages?
Yeah, you get rid of the anger.
Yeah.
Well, now you get rid of both of them.
Yeah.
This is how you play Thoughtseize and Greasefang.
I guess we're asking Foil for advice.
You If you have the option to play Thoughtseize on turn 1, it is never correct.
Yeah, you're playing an aggro deck, and even then it's questionable. Oh god. Yeah, this Molder 4 is gonna kill them more than accurate if they really draw good.
But unlicensed first.
Yeah.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
that card good?
Yeah, it means that they Leo is now offline. Doesn't like it's good, not good on this great board state, but like it means you don't randomly use from your opponent drawing Leo. It's also just a beetle. Because next turn it's gonna be even, but it's gonna be bigger than your
Gonna be a 4/4 next turn, yeah.
yeah.
Nim is it? That's gonna be discarded.
Yeah, that's gonna be discarded. I have the practice method of tapping 2 blue mana before you play your this field, even when you have nothing in hand.
Keep them on their toes.
Yeah. I'm about to win. You just don't know it. Neither did I. How many nibs are they playing? Are they playing 1 or 2?
There's one main deck and then one sideboard with a wish.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they have it. What's it called? Out for themselves to try to win this game. We may say Ileana.
What a fascinating split that would be. I wonder which one we're taking. Into the front.
I mean, it resets Ileana. And it resets the horse if we need to. So if they try to attack this turn with it.
Is that an instant?
Yeah, it's an instant. It's the best unsummon ever printed.
I don't know about that one. Unsummon's pretty good.
Unsummon can't hit what's it called? Can't hit non creatures, right?
Unsummon does not give your opponent a piece of cardboard.
It
It
only
in
does
fact
that.
takes one away.
It only does that if you're bouncing a non creature opponent. It still just unsummons.
No, you know the best unsummon is Vapor Snag.
Oh.
And that is indisputable.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Is Vapor Snag an instant or sorcery?
Vapor Snag is an instant,
Okay.
yeah.
I always mix it up with the other one that does Insimio. You know, the 14 of them.
Disperse or whatever.
Yeah. God.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. This thespian stage will fix me.
You're showing me acting until it walks out, bud. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We're only attacking for 7, right?
8.
Through 2?
Oh yeah, it's quick too. Yeah, it depends if they play a creature or not, which they're not doing.
Oh, they're discarding.
I don't know why they're discarding. Got it. Foil would teach me how to play Thoughtseize, but I gotta find someone else to teach me how to play Ileana. I don't think it really matters here, but in general, like Ileana has 3 options. Both players discard. You target player sacrifices a creature, or stare at the opponent.
No, it's just always go up. There's no other option.
Ah, okay. Opponent has 1 creature, go up. Opponent has no creatures, go up. I mean, look. We need
this is where we draw the Lier. Oh, that's something. Redraw.
Almost made a mistake.
You take that one back? Oh, there's another one.
I do not know. I don't think so.
And there's Lier.
There's only Anger of the Gods and stuff because
it doesn't do anything, but actually no, it turns off everything. They need to draw a creature to win.
No, they just sacrifice Viriana, right? They make you sacrifice.
You cast the Lier to wipe their board. They don't have a threat anymore unless they draw a creature.
Yeah, I forgot about these Anger of the Gods. I was too busy focusing on the no pairs.
But here's where we draw our Grease Fang because we set up everything perfectly. Oh no, that
You
was
know-
the land for Eska's Chariot.
You know, it would have been a good card to have. Yeah, like you said, for Eska's Chariot. Those tokens can crew other vehicles. Cats can drive mini vehicles. That's a lot of mana. Not much else. Did you draw a creature? No. We will stare at each other some more.
I don't think there's a draw that gets Lotus out of this.
There's not a
Maybe
single
pour over
draw.
the pages.
Yeah, pour over the pages is your only out, and you have to get lucky off of it too. And I think they only have 2 more.
Yeah, you have to draw like Wish plus Hidden Strings.
Or pour into pour.
That ain't it.
I mean, if they don't draw a creature, we get another attempt. That's our only hope here. We need to draw a removal spell to kill this horse, which I don't know if that exists in their deck. They have a braid, so
Yeah, they have a braid.
but they have 2 targets that are like threatening to kill them. We got Iryana.
Brother.
The real question here, okay, look, is why didn't they play the Andias turn that they drew instead of discarding it? God, I have Magic Man. No, please play that, Troy. It's going to get discarded no matter what. If it gets discarded or you're dead. That's the only 2 options here.
Always bluff. It might be a counter spell. It might be an Obstinate Baloth.
God. Yeah, it's open deck, yes. They know there's none in that list.
How many times during an open decklist tournament have you actually looked at your opponent's deck? For me, never.
Always. I keep it open on the other monitor.
0% of the time.
You guys are
Checking this
white.
for cowards.
You're
Let's consider will fix me.
You see? Saved me a draw. Into another one. How many Otis Fields? Nah, you play that, it would make it 4 Otis Fields.
I don't know. I think that this one should become a Blooming Marsh.
I wish my opponent had a creature end. Did you ever... Oh, God, do you remember when that was the win con of Otis Field?
What, playing Lair of the Hydra?
Yeah, you'd play 1 year of the Hydra, and then half the time, because Mono Green was a deck, you could sometimes side it out and just beat them with their own year of the Hydra.
Hate that.
It was an option. I don't know why we ever did that. That was awful.
It was legal.
And let's
Oh
go.
my God. What turn is it?
Too many.
Too many. A
God.
creature, literally anything with power at all.
You know what? Just give me some toughness at this point.
We don't even need power. All right, that technically has power.
Hey.
You know, that would have won them the game if they played that land.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. Did it find him a creature? No, it didn't. It missed too.
Why are we doing this?
We're gonna be here for 5 more turns.
Now we get to Liliana Ultimate.
Yeah, guys, we're not yapping at them. We're yapping with them.
Mostly laughing about them. All right.
Okay.
Yes, folks. Oh my God.
Yeah, Troy was about to send that message to me, right?
Our hell is finally over.
We're free. God, I have Magic Man.
Looks like
Specific.
that was the last match.
Was it right? God. Okay. Okay, everyone. Let's look at what the next. Okay, and Scuffle's coming in for the next one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, someone has messaged me. What did someone message me about? Oh yeah, I got you, G. I can't see your real name, but I can. Okay. It looks like I already did it. Cool. Or someone else did. Okay, I'm jumping over the staff and troubleshooting. Hey, Scuffle. We just finished up the round, and I think that's everybody. We're gonna pause again real fast, guys. As we get Scuffle switched over here in a moment, as we start up round 5. I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
I think I'm almost done winning this box. Give me 1 sec. Hider camera.
Guys, thank you guys for waiting, and we're about to watch Troy again. And what were they on?
This is
This is-
Jeskai Lotus Field versus Greasefang. And Troy is up against our undefeated player.
Oh, cool.
But Troy's on a newer Jeskai Lotus Field build that I really like.
I'm about to say we just
running-
watched
so,
them
like-
actually.
Oh, that's
I
great.
realized I was
Like I
muted.
love that the deck has a little
Oh, good.
more it has more options because of Into the Flood Maw. Into the Flood Maw was a big ad for the deck.
Oh yeah, yeah. Was it guard? Me and Silva were talking about if that's one of the best unsummons of all time. Like which unsummon could beat that?
Yeah. Our friend Sam Bogue calls it the best removal spell in Standard, and I think he's right.
Oh, I don't doubt that at all.
Like you just don't care about the frog at all. But for Troy here, like the ability to deal with any of the regular hate pieces, plus Niv Mizzet as a real finisher, as an actual win, does a lot of work.
And one thing we saw
And
that
artists,
one thing we saw last time was in the game where they won, the artist talent being able to all the way. You don't see that too often in any of these decks.
yeah, I like the artist talent a lot. And here we see him keeping a hand which unusually has no Lotus Field. Lotus Field is the most important card in the deck.
Oh yeah, always is.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's up against Rex is on Phoenix, not Grease.
I've been lied to.
You have. I lied to you.
You're good. If you guys want to hang
Says-
scuffle outside, yeah,
This
you know.
is round 4. Aha, that is why I'm confused. All right, so round 5 is it Phoenix versus Lotus Field?
Yeah, that'll do it.
But is it? That's a little more interesting. Phoenix is really fast and has a lot more just general interaction.
Oh yeah.
So, the creature removal does nothing. So like one thing that Phoenix really struggles with, and I think thing that you'll see a lot of players mess up against Phoenix is just playing too many creatures. Because a lot of times if a Phoenix player has 3 burn spells in hand and no targets for them, they won't actually be able to return Phoenix's.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes this is a ships passing in the night kind of match.
I will say we saw that even earlier, not with this matchup, but when the Phoenix versus humans earlier with Multi Humans, where 2 games in a row they effectively
Which
had.
playing?
That is Bill actually. Bill, one of our regulars.
Oh,
He's playing Mardu Human Legends. And I don't think there was a deck in the format that could beat the draw that he asked to for the most part. Because it was turn 2, Koi Steel Cutter, turn 3, Koi Steel Cutter spell. And then spell next turn and just died.
pretty interesting. Troy just cast a bounce spell on his opponent's artist talent on ends. Which artist talent doesn't actually generate any card advantage. It just generates tempo. Troy is floating 2 mana, playing the Lotus Field so that he can copy with the Thespian stage. He's gonna have to sack his first 2 lands.
So is he going to copy here, or is he going to untap Lotus Field with his zero? Okay, he's going to copy here.
So he could have gone for it. So with 2 mana left, he could have cycled his Vizier to untap his Lotus Field, tapped the Lotus Field, copied it, and then had mana floating. But then he would have had to hit when he needs to go off, which is another untap effect and another draw spell, with only an artist talent trigger and a sleight of hand.
So
And I think that going for it or not is entirely dependent on who his opponent is, what his opponent is.
Mm-hmm. So the way I was looking at it was doing that and then bring up artist talent to set up for next turn. Instead of going in for it now, to have the mana to do that. And give them
It
extra
is
mana.
hard to not go off when you have 6 mana and an untap effect. That's only if this artist talent stays in play.
Yeah.
If Reswick manages to deal with the artist talent this turn, then Troy might not be able to go off.
Mm-hmm. He is suffering here from
Otherwise-
having Sweltering Suns over Anger of the Gods.
Yeah, I mean, if he untaps with the artist talent in play, because that says whenever you cast a spell, you get to rummage and you can reduce the cost of your spells, then it's going to be hard for Troy not to win. He has to draw really badly. He can go. So here he's taking a beat to think about his.
Mhm.
Could even Thespian stage one of the Lotus Fields. There's not a lot of a point to that. Not a lot of a point to copying a nut because you mostly only untap 2 lands at a time anyway.
Mhm.
But Troy's going to be discarding cards every spell, pitching Spire Above Canal. Then he can sleight of hand, pitch his other land, draw a card. but he nets 4 mana with 1 hidden string, and he gets to rummage as well. So if Troy is determined he has another turn here, then he gets to just go.
Yeah, they can just level up the artist tower if they want to here.
So he has 9 mana available. There's the 4th Lotus Field. I don't think he can actually level up the artist talent until it hits. He has to. Ooh, better question is, do you cast the second artist talent right now? Looks like no.
Yeah. Pour over the
There's
pages
that
of
pour over the
graveyard.
pages. That is his most important spell right now.
Oh yeah, always is.
Yeah. The 3 blue. Yeah, he can float all the red and blue mana he needs, pour over the pages, and just.
This deck is
Troy's not
always
running-
fun.
I like Artist Talent. I think Artist Talent made the deck really interesting. Seen a few. I like how many different builds of Lotus Field there are. Like, I've seen builds that run just the big spells, and we have some control decks today that are running no combo, just stop the triggers so they don't have to stack the lands. Troy could theoretically whiff at this point. It's very difficult.
I think the Awakening tells us when he's not going to.
Yeah. He never has to go down any cards. These are all cantrips.
Yeah. And so, yeah, like, if he does get super unlucky and draws like 7 hands in a row, this Awakening's going to make it where he just net. That's not a problem.
I think his top 10 to 20 cards need to all be land for
Yeah.
him to die here. Interesting pitching the Valakut's awake. I don't think it's wrong. Leard locks it.
Yeah.
He can't fail from Leard. Too big to fail.
Man, every time I play I just miss the old Underworld Breach version of the deck before it got banned.
Yeah.
I want to play 2 mana for that effect, not 5.
I was looking at an Underworld Breach deck for Historic because you can run 16 Moxes in Historic. But you do need a
What
way to mill
Moxes?
yourself.
It's Chrome Mox.
So you have Mox Jasper, Mox Amber, and there's a 2 mana 1/1 in Historic that says when it comes into play, put a Mox Opal into your hand.
Yeah.
And then you can also run when you cast your second spell in a turn, put a Mox Sapphire into it.
Yeah, I'm aware of that cycle. The green one.
I need to find a good Historic. What? He didn't cipher? Why could? There's so few opportunities to cipher, Troy.
I miss being able to cipher regularly.
Even though this deck never ciphers, they couldn't code cipher into the game for the longest time. It represented too big a design challenge, and that's why it took us so long to get this deck onto Arena. Just Hidden Strings had cipher.
Boy can't tell which is part of his hand and which is part of the ale pile anymore.
First world problems. So he's just looking for his Niv. Niv, his only win conditions are Niv and then the card Wish, which lets him cast a few different spells in the sideboard. Although it's also Niv. Usually you'll see an Approach of the Second Sun in the board.
Yeah.
That wins through anything. Whereas Niv Mizzet Perrin does require you to have 20-ish cards in your life. That's not guaranteed.
Oh, 100%.
You need 16 cards in library to get the kill here.
They could also level up this talent again.
Forgot, what does the artist talent do level?
Deals 2 more damage when you deal non-creature damage.
Oh,
So it means you need a lot yes cards.
That's great. I actually have not read Artist Talent, apparently. Like, I played it in Modern Storm, but even then I never actually had to level it up to Grape Shot someone.
The draw is also a May. Oh, wait, no, but Niv's
That's
not
cool.
May. Niv's not May. Sorry, Niv is not the Pioneer staple that I've played before.
Yes. Surprised there's no, like, plays in the sideboard. This deck is so much more this deck is a lot more pleasant to play on Arena than it is in real life.
It is very much the opposite for me. This seems awful on Arena. In paper, normal Yoda's field felt like a dream to play on paper.
It automatically sorts all your cards. It displays your whole graveyard for you in one hand.
You can do that in paper too.
That's fair.
Like,
And so this is best of 3. So Rex is right to make Troy get the kill.
yeah, because
Normally I'd
time
scoop
could
to
be-
a Lear, but when you have individual timers,
Don't
timing is a thing.
Troy, your opponent said good game. Don't be in your opponent. Opponent said good game, but Troy killed his
Yeah.
killed his.
So Troy's an excellent player, but he's not very experienced in Pioneer specifically.
Mhm.
And he does like these kinds of combo decks. I'm kind of happy to see him here. He signed up at 1 a.m. last.
There was a few people that signed up between 1 and like 3 a.m. last night. I'm just like, go to bed, guys.
I get it. All right, what does he bring in here? Looks like Braids, and he's trying to decide on Angers. Second Niv's a good idea, just because when your opponent runs bounce spells, they can try and get you right at the end
Mhm.
there. Surprised to see the Wish leave, but I guess he doesn't have anything he wants to wish for.
Yeah, like you're not gonna be wishing for Chandra's defeat. Like that's the
Right.
Is he going to bring in the Anger of the Gods? That's the only card that I would be like, maybe. Because like that cleans up both the tokens from what is it called? Koi Steelcutter and Phoenix's very well. Ready to go to bed, I tell you already. I can't hear you, Scuffle.
Hear me now?
I can.
I don't know. Apparently my toggle mute hit. But all right, great. So sorry about that.
All good.
Yeah, it's all good if you want to sleep. So anger is
Making
an
a joke.
interesting thing here. Anger of the Gods buys 1 turn. Like that's a big deal when you're a combo deck. It's one of the reasons you'll see you'll see the decks struggle against, like you'll see Phoenix decks just crush a lot of combo decks.
Mhm.
Because they're good at figuring out what that turn is and adjusting the sideboard just to get it in right underneath.
Oh yeah, and
I think it's just
with how many like cantrips and everything, Phoenix is very good at picking what hand is good for what matchup when you're going for it. And it's
I
not
think Phoenix does get a lot out of the side. So usually without Voyaging Satyrs, like the non-green version of Phoenix or of whatever this deck is, Lotus Field, can't win until turn 3 at the earliest, turn 4 usually. Voyaging Satyr let it win on turn 3 some of the time. But I like the more controlling direction here.
Yeah. They have found their red source. It seems like they kept a hand out.
Troy brought in a Braid just for this card.
Yeah.
He can't stop. He might Braid now.
So-
but it might be more important to crack the map.
Well, it's also the question of if you Braid now, Spell Pierce triggers Koi.
This is true. But if your opponent's trying to sleight of hand, trigger the cutter.
That's a sorcery. So
He went for a canal over a Lotus Field. Yeah. So the Phoenix player out of the board gets an Abrade, 2 Annuls, which Annul is a weird one because it counters artist talent and map. So I think you can only bring it in on the play.
I wonder if you're supposed to play Vizier there. Or if that's just too risky.
I do forget that card can be cast, but I think if you're just trying to put Lotus Field down this turn, you're happy.
Well, no,
And
this
Troy
was
again could go for it.
he played Thespian Stage Astron, or well, the untap yet. So he had 3 mana Astron,
Yeah.
but didn't have a Yotis Field to copy yet. That's what I mean. So like he could have played Vizier there, and then this turn make the Yotis Field.
I think you're
and then
right.
untap. And there is a risk it dies. I think is the because
You might just jam Niv here.
Niv is pretty hard for it to
Niv and
kill.
hold
It's a
up
6/6, right?
Mysticals.
The Peel might make it where he wins here.
I think you're right. So like Troy could have gone for this last turn, but by untapping his lands, but he would have had to draw Pour Over the Pages as his first card.
Yeah, which like he would have in this case, but that's not always the case.
Yeah, but that's not something to count on.
Yeah, yeah. There's 59
This is gonna
cards.
be a quote fair Niv Mizzet kill here. Like opening on it certainly makes it a little faster.
Yeah. This could be, they could have removal stuck in their hand. And that's the reason why they didn't have a spell for Corey Steelcutter.
Oh no, Troy's auto tapper got him.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
No, it didn't get him. It didn't get him. Because, what's it called? Not a blade. I think X is an W spell. So Mystic Dispute would have costed 3.
Oh, you're right.
It was showing 1 because,
That was a different blue spell on this stack.
yeah. Granted, Yale probably still wins this game, just in a different way.
Well, the risk now, because he sided out the wish, is hitting his Niv too late.
Yeah. This Battle Awakening
But-
probably solved that.
It's not very likely. It is worth it for Rex to make Troy play this out,
Yeah. Because
but it could possibly go the other way.
non-deterministic combo decks. Don't you have them? I think you just toss everything. That's what I would do. And because like they're tapped out right now. I don't think you're going to get a better shot than right now to win. There's an if. Sorry, Purpose. But what's it called? We'll have more
Artist.
bits. Oh wait, we're on a 5-minute day. They won't see that for 5 minutes. Yeah, there's the artist. Yeah, cares enough.
Purpose will figure it out.
Yeah, yeah. This is kind of awkward here, actually. No, they have the awakening now. They didn't have the awakening again.
Yeah, so I do just like watching this combo happen. I get that maybe not everybody does, but it should be pretty quick, and we'll have other people that we can check out momentarily. But Troy just had very good hands here. Like he is winning through a removal spell that killed one of his win conditions. He ran out of untaps though.
He has awakening. He's fine. And the dig through time. He'll be if he doesn't
Yeah,
hit
I mean,
one.
he's got to dig here.
He has 30 cards and he has plenty of untappers left, so they should be fine.
He has to find it. Like this deck can whiff. It's
Yeah.
difficult, but it can do it.
We've all done it at least once.
All right, he found him. He needed Strings Vizier.
Yeah.
That should generate enough mana to go off with the rest of the way with this Niv.
Yep. I'm really
And of
surprised
course, Rex is tapped out here.
I'm really surprised they kept that forced mystical dispute when they first did the Valkyrie Awakening. I wonder what the thought process on that was. Please full control. Yeah.
He's figured it out.
They gotta get
Troy might
ahead of
be
themselves, bro.
Troy might be somewhat new to Lotus Field, but he is not new to Magic, and he is not new to Arena.
Yeah, I've made
He
that mistake.
streams.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I have too. I lost to trying to think of the last time I did it. I feel like it happens all the time. There's the Niv.
Because it's so memorable.
Clear is very good. That card's been nerfed on Arena.
Mhm.
Alchemy. Very silly.
Yeah. There's so many cards nerfed that I just want to play. I want to play the original card here.
Cypher. Damn it, Troy. Cypher.
You can't attack this turn. It is a good habit to get into, but it's also a bad habit.
No,
to get into.
well, if you Cypher, like, does go to the graveyard, which
No, he doesn't.
which matters here.
When you,
But still, if you're winning without it, Cypher.
when it ciphers, it doesn't go to the graveyard. So when you do it the first time, you don't want to cipher. When you do it, when you cast it from here, you want to cipher because there's no reason not to, because it's going to exile anyway. You're muted again, by the way, Scuffle.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
So I Prophet is playing his Golgari deck. That one, like, I like the concept, but it's not quite there. Still playing with this last match.
That'd be wild.
There's only 2 matches still going, but one of them is one that I want to see. Abzan Greasefang versus Azorius Control, Ben and Adam. We're going to DM them and give you the...
Is I not playing? He's playing his deck right now.
Who is?
I, the one in room 16.
I think I is on... He's the Golgari list. Yeah,
Yeah.
we can go check him out. I'll undeafen Troy.
Thank you for remembering. I definitely would have forgot.
Good job, Troy. All right, let's go check out I.
They only have 2 basics?
Is this a match?
Not sure. This-
Hey, yooks. 1 second, guys. Here. Yeah, it looks like a match. Okay. If anyone that's not if you guys will mute yourselves, just so we're on stream. I can do it if you want to, but I don't want to forget. Okay. Scuffle, you're muted again, by the way.
Beans remains one of like the best decks for generating card advantage, and usually once the control deck resolves the Teferi, it's over because they're just so full up on 1-for-1s. There's not anything they can do anymore. But over here, our opponent on like they are being outcarded by the Beans.
It is good to see.
Even with drawing an edge card every turn.
It is good to see this because this was one of the boos of the format of the IST, and the one match we got to see was a little bit rough. So we're happy to see it be ahead.
I looked at this list and I wasn't sure this deck would work. Like, it doesn't seem to have enough win conditions or enough ways to trigger the Beanstalk.
Yeah.
Like, Ritual Chamber, like, there's only 3, 7, 11 cards that trigger Beanstalk. 14 because of Spoke Spit. But I like this list conceptually. I was kind of hoping to see stuff like Xanarkin, some lands that also let you trigger Beans.
I about to
Like,
say,
like standard people don't main deck and Chamber remove.
this Dream Trial provides a big question here. Like, you go...
I think
Because I think,
I think you absolutely have to target it. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah.
With what?
And like, what are they willing to discard over there? Because the veto at minimum, right? Or what? Okay.
Right.
So yeah.
Looks like they don't agree.
Well, they had a missed.
I guess they can't let another Beanstalk resolve.
They also had the memory. So like that uses a spell.
Argon is huge off the top. That is a 4-card net.
Yeah, we knew about that one though. That was
Surveil, yeah.
That was the reveal of the Surveil. It also gains 3, I feel, which like may actually matter depending on how aggressive they get with this Dream Trial.
I do love this deck. I think this conceptually is really cool. It just is short 1 spell, like 1 Rakshas's Bargain style cheat spell.
Assassin's Trophy is also really cool here, I think.
I think it's Beanstalk again. I think this deck wants every copy of Beanstalk possible.
Are we gonna beat the Dream Trawler that way? That's the problem.
So you can beat the Dream Trawler by tapping it every turn. So as long as you have card flow, as long as you have a removal spell to fire at it every turn for the whole game, then it works. You just don't hear that come up very often as a solution, because who has that?
Yeah, what is it called? It is what we'll see if it happens here.
I think I get in for 2 here with the Vault, then fire the trophy.
I think you do.
Dream Trawler's secret text is cast a removal spell, tap it. So like any player can play this ability.
I'm surprised they didn't do that on their upkeep. Because like we know both their cards in hand are good right now, right? So we don't want them to draw a hand and then have a free discard here. Granted, and also gets him closer to flashing back memory they use.
Yeah, the problem here is that this Dovin's veto is keeps the Dream Trawler untapped.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Maybe they wanted that. Like Weebuy might have wanted the veto to be cast in. Casualties of War is a wild card to see.
Yeah, but you can't cast it here because that veto.
Yeah. There's 2 in the sideboard, so this is a sideboard card.
Yeah.
Interesting one too. Like anything that hits a planeswalker and a land is going to be worth 6 mana against the control deck.
What do you take here?
I think it's got to be the X.
Oh, it's got to be Evoke. Right?
Oh, Invoke does answer. Invoke is a clean answer to the Dream Trawler. That's good.
Yeah, but they get to spin the veto here. Play Wandering Emperor.
Invoke's tough because it doesn't actually. Well, Invoke doesn't answer the Dream Trawler because they can respond with one. But I think if you invoke here and they.
Well, no, if they respond with Wandering Emperor, they use both.
This deck's cool.
Yeah, they have to veto for this one here, and then the Casualties of War, as far as we know, doesn't have a counter spell for it. And even if it does, we have effective 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards in hand right now. Plus 2 more off of Beanstalk, plus 4 more off of Beanstalk. 6 more off the Beanstalk.
I think we want to be able to march here. Even if we're paying. Oh, never mind.
I don't think we want to be able to march here. I think taking 1 hit is fine when we're at 20, 29.
Like, Weebuy is playing this like he can run his opponent out of cards altogether, and that's tough.
Mm-hmm. They do have 2 cards we don't know about, but I think we do just have to pop off the Casualty War because it's at very minimum it's a what is it called? 1 for 3 in our favor.
Yeah. Well, it only takes out the Dream Crawler and a land, though. Then they draw 2 cards. That does matter.
Yeah, I think that's fine though. This deck is not trying.
Really cool in this deck. Oh, Deadly Cover Up might
That could be better, yeah.
game ender. Like that, taking out the Dream Trawlers. The only other threat we saw in that deck was the Planeswalkers. This deck is great at dealing with Planeswalkers.
The other thing here is the Thoughtseize here, because now we're going to check for Counterspell and then Deadly Cover.
Thoughtseize was a big draw.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, in terms of win condition, Weebuy is on 3 Teferis, 3 Wandering Emperors, and we know that the Teferis are gone from the end. And 1 Dream Trawler and 4 Strict Proctors.
So yeah,
like
they can exile the Wandering
that
Emperor.
Leaves them with
What they have after
killing
that.
the Dream Trawler and the Wandering Emperor might be game. There's also 1 Restless Anchorage, but the Hall of the Storm Giants is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Restless Anchorage gets there eventually.
Yeah.
Like, ending the Dream.
They're gonna run out of time though, I think, before that becomes a win con. With how much life they've been gaining off of this cornucopia and everything.
Yeah, I mean it does grow. Still, let's see if Cover Up gets there.
I
think, this is. I think you needed to take the Wandering Emperor here, but getting the Deluge isn't that bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Hall is still.
There is a second Dream Trawler. They cited in their second Dream.
Yeah, and the Hall was still there, right? I saw it in the list.
Hall got hit a bit ago by a demolition field.
Okay, maybe I saw it in the graveyard.
Boseiju got it.
Okay.
Urborg is an awesome way to cast. I feel like this deck could run a Lab Man.
You played it before? That's a wild weed. I've never seen it before.
I like the deck. I thought Beanstalks wouldn't have enough triggers, and I was wrong. And Pillage the Bog is as good as a demonic tutor in a lot of situations.
Mm-hmm.
Might even want a. It's too bad. The Green March would have been great here. It's just
never Casualties.
Quite enough.
Yodersfield having hexproof, saving it again.
Yeah, I mean, usually the mana advantage, like most of the time, when a control deck resolves a Lotus Field without having to give up too much for it, it's over. Like control decks are just so good at using this mana. And like, is Weebuy gonna want to spend a card on a land here?
I think they have to. They have to get rid of all their win cons. Yeah. I think
Just
they're
the
out
sheer
there.
number of cards that hit all the cards is a little staggering here.
I think their outkill is the Gregori deck moves itself to death. After they've lost all of their
That
win
is a
cons.
real concern right now. Like
Yeah.
Beanstalk is not an optional draw.
Yeah, and so like in Bargain, he does 4 cards every single time. Casualty War is going to draw 2 cards, so it's Bargain.
You know, earlier when I said that I should take a Beanstalk from that bargain, I was wrong. Like they will run out of cards if that was how they were playing this.
Another cover up is pretty good. Oof. Before my arm goes off, 3 for walk. That was close.
I mean, every march on a Mutavault is pretty good for I. That's cool.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're low on time, and so like if they use a march on Univolt, that means they don't die as fast. So,
Yeah.
like they can mill out or they
Have
can
an
use on
answer for
time.
me?
Like, I don't know how many cards I has in deck right now, but it can't be much.
I gonna play a 6 mana, 4 colored Pips Stone Rain.
Like I don't know if they're able to. They have to play this Unholy Annex as a ritual chamber. I think is the way that they get out of this. But like the Dovin's Veto over there catches it. I think that's their way to win. They have to play a couple ritual chambers.
I think I deadly cover up just a cranial extraction here
That's
on the veto, the known veto.
yeah. I don't hate that.
We can bog for a Thoughtseize instead. That's probably more efficient. Bog for Thoughtseize.
At this point,
Take the
Bog is going to hit
veto.
like their entire deck.
I think it literally hits their whole deck. Looks at 4, 5,
20
8,
cards.
10, 20 cards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
He has any Thoughtseize left.
Piot. Fair enough. I don't think you can afford to do
Risky.
this.
I don't know how many cards are left in his library right now.
I'm just going off the visual view. It can't be many.
Yeah. He does have the ability. I has the ability to kill every single threat left in I's deck through every counter spell left. Or I can kill every threat in Weeb's deck through every counter spell in Weeb's deck right now with
Okay.
this hand.
Do we know how many field ruins we have left over in Weeby's side?
So Golgari has
No, on Weeby's side, on the
Esper has 1, I believe.
okay.
Yeah, no, 0.
Zero
Zero.
left.
They have 0 field of room.
Okay.
They have no way to deal with lands other than actual removals.
Okay.
And they're down 3 marches,
Mhm.
or 2 marches. 2 Settler Wreckage. They might have taken those out. But 2 marches. They have all 3 farewells still.
But that doesn't do anything.
And possibly 2 Sunfall. Like it takes out the beans, but
I don't think I think you actively want the beans in play right now.
yeah,
Like I think they have
like it would have been good a while ago.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think 9 or 10 cards.
Yeah, so he can annex, but we
Right.
might be seeing him kill his own beanstalk soon.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I think the way he gets out of this, he has to play Ritual Chamber, not NX.
Yeah, but it draws him 2 cards.
Not Ritual Chamber. It just makes a 6/6. Oh, the beans, yeah.
Of the beans, yes.
Sorry, forgot about the beans for half a second.
Yeah.
I just don't think you
Okay.
can raise the 6 power. I think is the only way. because he can attack for 6 next turn. Now you have to cast any spells right now, except for Assassin's Trophy.
He's got 6 cards in the library, so he can do one more this game. This still draws him more cards
No, it doesn't.
than the other half, but slowly.
Yeah, yes.
I think I thespian stage a Witch's Cottage here. Like if I'm Weebi, I think I'd take the Witch's Cottage.
Mm-hmm. I don't like that at all. I mean,
Ooh,
yeah.
discontinued. That's one way to stop an annex.
I don't even know if you want to stop the annex.
I mean, that's fair. It depends on what Weebi's hand is. Like if Weebi's
Yeah.
hand is discontinuities, then yeah, you do.
Yeah.
But
Another Mutavault.
Living Lands are being very impressive.
Mm-hmm. So if
I was
Eva,
about
if
to ask
Webby
if
has
he was going to
nothing,
play around Settle the Wreckage.
I don't think he can afford to be honest with you. Emperor, we forgot about Emperor.
That's 2 of 3 Emperor.
Okay. That exiles the cottage and makes it where the Mutavault can't attack. Because they can just make a 2/2.
Yeah, but he's got plenty of removal for that Emperor,
Yeah.
but probably won't get to make any Samurai.
But he's at 23,
I mean,
so
I guess he can minus. If he's fine if it minuses to make a Samurai, and if he pluses,
the problem is he's at 23 eighth or 21 eighth. And if he's attacking for 2, I think he survives at 1 right now. Or yes, like 5 right now. If he's only attacking for 2.
yeah.
And we'll get the other Mutavault now too.
So Levi has to survive until I runs out of cards. That's the only option.
Yep. And then I will have to win with 8 minutes on the clock next game. If Weeby
damn.
wins.
Weeby might take this whole thing.
That do be a demon.
Yeah. Mutavault as a demon is great.
I'm laughing at Bell in general chat. He's like, I got the 7-0. He won a box. Did he choose all modes?
Graveyards for sure.
Yeah, all modes.
I guess taking out the enchantments works because like you're really just trying to stop the annex, and you this is open decklist, so he's got a count of his opponent's remaining threats.
Yeah, but that unlocks what's it called? Eyes the entire hand now. It's like it's not a great hand, but like it means he can actually cast spells now. Where before he couldn't cast spells because of beams.
Yeah. I like that gaining the life is optional on Genji Cornucopia.
That's
I
fake.
kind of thought he would have taken out the Proctor.
It still works if he this field, and it blocks the Mutavaults. Right.
That's true. It's just having as few targets as possible for Eyes threats.
Mm-hmm. It actually might win him the game here.
Quite a sideboard.
Yeah. The Cloud of Darkness.
Cloud of Darkness.
Yeah, I saw that earlier when he was playing. I was just like,
I think he'd rather casualties than Assassin's Trade.
yeah.
He has him on a 4-turn clock. I can see Deadly Cover Up, actually.
He has 2
Like, taking out a land that doesn't really matter right now. But
Yes.
but there's not enough. He needs the evidence.
So he has 2 cards in deck right now. He doesn't have enough time.
I didn't realize he was down to 2. I thought he had 4 left.
And now he has to win with 7 minutes in this matchup.
I mean, it's doable with all the Invoke Despairs. I'm pretty surprised to see them come out.
Yeah, I think he has to bring them very much in.
I feel like Doomsday and Cruciator is also a viable thing.
Yeah.
You need all your threats, man.
It do be what it is. We'll see if I can pull it off. Yeah, here's 6
I believe
minutes.
this is the last match.
It better be. I'm gonna be honest.
There's Ben and Keeley are still.
Okay.
They might have drawn, I guess. I didn't announce no draws at the beginning, so that's on me.
It's in the rules.
It was in the rule, but I forgot to announce it. I'm gonna message them.
They didn't say they would draw. They didn't say they drew it for me.
No, they didn't draw, but making sure they're playing.
Okay. I was say that dude be a control matchup, so there's a chance. Always in the chance. Oh, that's awkward, man. I this Pillars of the Bog can't be played because mutable.
And she top eight at our last event.
Mhm.
No, he played the April event. That was Timeless, right?
Alright,
That was our $30 vintage one. Cool.
Yep. Good to see him back. Because like, if we be playing Opera, he's just going to be playing and pass, and doing almost nothing else.
That is how you control.
Well, yeah, but I mean, just to waste
Yeah.
his time.
I think I would have bogged here to go for a Thoughtseize because resolving the threat was so important.
I don't know why they didn't bog here, to be honest with you. Because like
He
it's
must be waiting for something specific. Like he doesn't seem. I mean, he knows the deck.
yeah,
Taking out the Beanstalk never feels good.
yeah, real. I keep trying to make soul type beans work in Timeus. Because you have all the good soul type, all the good triggers for beans in that format. The only problem is you just can never beat what is it called? Combo decks in that format with soul type beans.
Yeah. See, I'm just thinking of how I would build this deck because it looks like a lot of fun. I do love the rock.
Mhm.
Love bean.
You missed someone.
4 mana for bargain has to hurt.
You missed someone playing just. I think they were a bit tilted, which I couldn't be able with what the game was happening, but they were. Do you know about the evil rock pet, Dwayne?
Evil rock pet.
Yeah. So
Oh,
when Ancient Rift came out, and you know how they had like the cowboy evil thing, they gave the rock pet, like the one on the right, an evil mustache and goatee, and they named him Dwayne.
I like it.
Yeah, and so they were just
Evil
fidgeting with it.
Dwayne.
It's like this is real.
So he has no opportunity to stop this because once
Yeah.
Restrict Proctor resolves, then Weeby can hold priority and play out the Lotus Field.
Oh, 100%.
There is still a Thespian stage over there, so he might be trying to well, I was gonna say Thespian stage, hold up the Assassin's Trophy to hit the March and hold up Assassin's Trophy to hit the Thespians.
Mm-hmm. I think you just gotta start getting in with these mutavolts. That's the only way you're gonna have a chance of winning kill.
4 minutes remaining.
Like you have to hope your opponent has nothing, and these mutavolts will get you to the end.
I mean, 2 Mutavaults is a 4-turn clock. Not bad at all.
It is.
There's a Beanstalk.
It's more the question of whether or not they have nothing in a 4-card hand. Their best draw is probably Reshi's Cottage. God.
Do you end the Emperor here? Or trophy so that you can beans and
Thank you, Trophy. I don't think it's going to go long enough for the man of the battle. And if you draw a Reshi's Cottage off, you really want to draw it.
yeah, but ending the Emperor is one of the best ways that Weeby has to deal with the Oh god.
Do you do it, Nat? Well, I guess
That is a sideboard deck. That's target player exiles their hand and graveyard. In this situation.
Oh yeah.
And it is essentially game over. Like Profit could probably beat this eventually. Not in the 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
Or 3 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Now, if you're gonna play one spell, why not the end? Beans off the top is how you can do it. Beans into Rakshas's bargain. I think I would have Beans first, just in case of the bargain, but it doesn't matter because there's a.
Yep.
BB has said no.
Weeby has said you are going to stare at me for 3 minutes. Is what Weeby has.
We-
Or
we-
not. Weeby has said you're
Weedy's
not.
credit, he's playing fast and putting out as much power as he can.
Yeah. Make the 6/6 demon. Okay. I think you have to make the 6/6 there and be able to attack through this Dream Cryo.
I mean, he might be just trying to get a removal spell off this annex.
I guess.
Like this is good recovery. He could get there eventually with his hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, eventually.
Yeah. Can he do it in 2 minutes 30 seconds? 5/5 Dream Trawler makes that probably not.
Yeah.
Especially not when you draw land.
There are stronger men than me to keep playing this out. I would have got the 3 minutes and been like.
I think he needed to shock there.
What does shock can get you?
The ability to draw a removal spell.
Okay.
That's it. That's all you get is a shot. He's still looking for a Invoke Despair also.
Yeah. I was surprised they didn't attack with the Mutable. I mean, Dream Troyer was tapped.
Yeah, I mean, he probably not attacking with the Mutavault there lets you draw some amount of removal, but it also means that if your opponent plays a kill spell on the demon, you get to respond by animating the Mutavault, and then they can't settle, or I guess it doesn't really matter.
I don't
Not
know.
a lot they can do.
I don't know why they played the Wandering Emperor before they blocked.
The damage.
Well, yeah, but if they would have blocked with the Demon Force to try to bait that out.
Oh, and maybe he's not interested in letting that happen and having the demon die.
He's like, you keep your Dream Troyer in that situation because it gets Force Strike. You kill their demon, and I don't think there's a logical way for them to win the game after that.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Not a lot left.
Yeah. But it is what it is. Did we ever figure out if that other match is still going?
It is still going.
Cool.
They're in game 3.
Cool.
It is a control mirror, so it happens. But as we can see from these clocks, it's got to be almost over.
It's a control mirror. That was Abzan versus Blue White Control.
Oh, maybe it is Abzan versus Blue White Control, but there is a control deck involved.
Yeah. That's fine. I just was like, wait.
I wonder if there's a Jund version of this with Rakdos the Muscle.
You love that card. I know you do.
I do love that card. I like demons. I'm happy that demons are a type that people want to play with now.
Redstone.
I got my very first, one of my very first top 8s with standard Shadowborn. You ever play with that one?
No, I don't know what that card does.
It's a 5-mana 5/6 flyer. ETB, destroy target non-demon creature, and at the beginning of your upkeep, if there are fewer than 6 creature cards in your graveyard, you sacrifice a creature.
Wild. Old
I
magic.
like Dredge, and I like Demon.
Yeah. I just like movie
You know
cards.
what this card needs is Soul Flame.
Yeah. Play Legacy Weapon like a good man.
This deck needs Soul Flare. It's a demon, and it costs 6 mana for your beans. You can pay 2 mana for it.
Oh, yeah, it's a weapon. That distortion. I don't think that distortion mattered. I was thinking about diamond weapon. I'm sorry. Diamond weapon is the card I was thinking. You know what diamond weapon is? The Final Fantasy card. If hmm. Scott, for you muted again.
So sorry.
Oh, good.
I'm not getting the. It tells me when.
That's super weird. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, in in Weeby's thing, he did try to end this game in every way possible.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it goes to time. Sometimes it goes to time.
I mean, as we were calling him, this is the real gatewatch. No one talks about the fairy North said, and we're wondering.
There are really surprisingly few hexproof creatures in all of Magic, huh?
Mm-hmm. That's because that's risky.
Yeah, it's a tough mechanic.
Because it's either unplayable.
Balance.
Yeah, it's either unplayable or like very good. That match is still going on. No, it's not. Okay, they just got to report.
It looks like they just finished.
Yes. They just have to report, and we're good. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to the streaming room so we can unmute I or
Good
undefinite.
thing.
Okay. Scott will be over here in a second. And they're about to pair up. We're about to pair up their ratchets. And we're about to start up our top 8 too.
Hey, do you want to take a 10-minute break or anything?
I'm good if you are. It doesn't make me a difference. Did you need to take a break?
All right, let's go ahead and pair this. I just need some water, and then I'm good to go.
Yeah, that's no problem. We still are all on stream, but what is it called? I can talk for a couple minutes.
Oh, hi everybody. It looks like we're just about to pair this round. We can let's get the things paired and then let everybody find their opponents, and then I'll grab water while they do that.
Okay, cool. I'm also gonna post
Finalize this round. Did you already pair the top? All right, so it looks like at the end of round 5, most of the 3-2s. So our top 8 is going to be Abzan Greasefang, Jeskai Lotus Field with Troy. So Ben's on Abzan Greasefang. He's 5-0. Troy is 4-1 on Jeskai Lotus Field. Christopher is 4-1 on Abzan Greasefang. And then in 4th place is our last 4-1 on Is It Phoenix. Then we've got Is It Phoenix at 3-2. Azorius Control on 3-2. On 3-2 we have our white, blue, black, green aggro deck. That's all auras. Yeah, it's a cool one. This is auras with Cryptomancer. I like this deck.
Oh yeah, I have.
Then in 8th place we have another Azorius Control. The auras deck on 5 colors is really interesting, and might want to see that one first. Have you watched that one play yet?
We have not actually, so that'd be great. If they are streaming, we'll get
Let's
it.
do that. It's a quick one, and I kind of want to see how they mulligan because this is much more of a toolbox of auras than we usually see out of these.
Okay. What is it called? So
12 features, 28 enchantments, 20 lands.
what is it called? So we'll take a small break for you to go get your water. I told them not to find their opponents and then not to start until we give them another app. So we should be all good.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll be right back, and we'll go ahead and get started in our Pioneer 1K top 8. Excited.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Okay, guys, we're jumping right in. We're gonna be watching actually the Auras preamp.
Hang on.
Oh wait, I'm being told to hang on by Scott.
Yeah, you're good.
They can hear you too. I can't hear you now.
It's possible that a best of one challenge was just sent. Never mind, we're good.
Okay. I was about to say that's not hard to fix if it is. Okay. Let me get that room set up to where we're at.
It said that Troy sent him a best of one challenge, so I got worried here.
Okay.
Ooh, so this is a really interesting hand. Like, this deck is full of auras. You all like, there's only 12 creatures, and there's 28 auras and 20 lands. It's a very straightforward deck. So we can see how much he values the creatures here. But it looks like he's always going to be mulliganing if it's not for Light Pod.
Mm-hmm. I can't blame him on that. Ipos is the best creature, but not being a one drop does have some cost.
Cryptomancer is a huge addition to this deck, too.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It changes how your opponent has to play their turn, too.
And being able to give Ipos, what's it called later on? Protection.
Hexproof?
Yeah, hexproof. Yeah, that's just.
Even that +1 counter is relevant.
The question here is.
There's a chance that he's not even going to be on. So it is open decklist. He knows what Troy's playing.
Mm-hmm.
But things have to change a bit based on what Troy. Like on how fast the hand is. The play draw matters a lot for this matchup.
Oh yeah, and I don't think you play Ipos here. I think you just go Chiromancer instep on your opponent's instep and just go Ipos next turn, and then try to build up both of them at the same time.
Like this deck has so little interaction, they have to just race Troy here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 100%. I guess, and it's just what's got to happen. That's how these matchups always go with combo versus hyper aggro. And
Ships in the night.
I must say, like a lot of people hate ships in the night formats, but they are some of my favorite ones because forcing my opponent to have it is one of my favorite things to do in Magic. I love the gamble, I tell you.
These ships in the night formats have gotten a lot more interesting. Wara, and even like this Auras deck, they play Sheltered by Ghosts now, and they just generally have more interaction.
That's interesting. So I wonder if you even play
Ipos favorite here. I think you have to. I think not putting out power this turn. I think you have to be able to kill them next turn.
If you because you can go
do
Ipos
that with Light Pause.
They can also maybe do it without Ipos. Is what I'm saying.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because they get to play the Central Eyes and create structure with buff by another +2/+2. And
so
then,
both of them are +4 or +3/+3 total.
Yeah. And that's
so they
if
need
he
to
doesn't.
top deck another ethereal armor.
They can also go Ipos into Central Eyes here to find a ethereal armor to put on Ipos, so that they have two threats. Where this one gets them, what is it called, more damage oil.
Or he can also win the game this.
Yeah,
that's the
but
thing that can do.
I don't think that we have any ways to prevent that. Is the problem?
Yeah, we don't. But Hidden Strings here untaps 2 lands.
Yeah.
Really wanted to be able to play a Thespian stage if he had one, and it's a lot harder to win with only 2 lands.
Oh yeah.
It looks like he's willing to bet on legit not being able to win though.
I think you have to here if you don't have like a perfect hand. Not having two Yoda, like if you had 2 Yoda's fields or was going to have them, I think you could wait the net. What's it called? Could go for it, but you've already played your hand drop. You've already got all that set up. If this was
Stick Through Time pretty much guarantees lethal next turn from Troy.
That's a great draw. It's not ethereal armor level great, but like,
he needed an untapped land and he got it.
Yeah. And then you get a bit of ethereal armor on this guy.
Well, he doesn't have any more ethereal. He already has one in play, so he can't.
Is it only attached to that creature? Am I
No,
misunderstanding?
it's each aura you control.
Okay.
Needs a totally new aura.
Got it. But
But it still got it. That's 15 damage.
Yep.
He He needed the untapped land off the top, and he got there. Troy's probably regretting not having gone for that.
I don't think he could with what he had.
I look so upset on stream for some reason. Why do I look so sad?
Stop crying, okay? That's you gotta stop.
No, it's definitely the AC behind me that does it.
God. What are you bored here?
So he could do Leyline of Sanctity and just try to get more ley lines than Troy has gifts.
So he's bringing in these 3 stubborn denials. Is what he looks like he's bringing in.
Yes, 100%. He could bring in Portable Hole for being on the play. I don't think it does anything on the draw, but hitting a map or an artist talent can be a big difference.
Are we not bringing any one
Does he
drops?
bring out Staggering Insights and Alpha Authorities?
Is this Orzius not playing any of the 1 drops?
He's got 4 Glade Cover Scouts. They're just way down at the bottom of that pile of 4 Glade Cover Scouts, 4 Cryptomancer, 4 Light Paws are the only creatures.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not playing the 1 drop from the horror set, the horror mansion set.
Cartouche isn't it?
I mean, Cartouche is being played because sacrifice effects.
I just thought it was a way to get another creature into play if all you have is a Light Paws.
No, that's why. So if they're playing sacrifice effects, you have a 1 drop.
Cutting all that glitters is interesting.
It's fine.
Might not be better than
I think
might not be better than another.
I think the interesting cut there was Shardmaster's Rescue. Because
one lander, Blade Cover Scout. Looks like he's keeping.
I would say I think you like.
This is a good hand.
It's good if you draw your second hand. This is one of those. How risky are your hands? Because he's only playing 20 hands.
This is a starting town deck. This is a deck that works because of starting town. That's kind of nice. Running all fast lands, starting town, mana confluence. There is quite a bit of interaction he can bring in. Like he really only needs to buy 1 turn time.
Playing 2 people.
That's not an easy thing though.
Oh yeah. And like him, what's it called? Game Cover Scout getting over 3 toughness here is very big too. I do want to point that out because Troy only has no ways to kill it now.
Yeah. Like Troy can win the game next turn.
Yep.
That can do that.
It can, but it's one of those things where like you have to be very risky for it.
Yeah.
It could probably win it this turn if he gets very, very lucky, but
yeah.
He
needs to be able to get a pour over the pages. He can tap his artist talent if he wants to.
Now I forgot about Lockdown.
Wow.
That do be pretty good.
Big.
We really need to draw a
Temporary Lockdown. I mean, killing 1 creature matters. That's great.
Yeah.
So Troy also has a Braids, but I don't think he run it. He decided them in. It's a good chance he brought in Anger of the Gods and maybe even Mystical Dispute.
Yeah, well, what I was saying was because the 4 toughness dodges Anger of the Gods and Sweat makes sense. I forgot about Temporary Lockdown, though.
Yeah, Temporary Lockdown. Probably brought in Temporary Lockdown, and then as a toss-up between Mystical Dispute and Anger of the Gods.
Yeah, they have to.
Buying 1 turn is all both of these decks are trying to do.
Yeah.
That Cryptomancer is just terrifying.
Yeah.
He's hurting for that second land, though. Temporary Lockdown's actually worse than an Edict because if legit breaks the lockdown, he gets 2 of his auras back.
Does he only have 1 Beseiju? Isn't that right?
I think it's only Beseiju. I'll double
check.
check.
No, he doesn't even have Beseiju. There's no Beseiju.
I guess he needs every land to make every color.
Yeah. There's no way to kill it in this list, from what I can see. Yeah.
Deck is 4 colors.
I mean,
white, blue, green. 1 Kaya's Ghost Farm is the only card. I guess that doesn't count. The mana base is wild. 4 Mana Confluence, 4 Starting Town, 4 Razorverge Thicket, 3 Seachrome Coast, 3 Botanical Sanctums, 2 Temple Gardens. No basics.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can afford to be honest with you. I think
Yeah,
Besage
there's no room.
If you played a single Coyote Island, I think Besage would be the only one.
Yeah, and I think you would have to go up a land to make it fit.
Mm-hmm.
But it does play your only one drop, so it might be worth it.
Yeah. The one that won the Pro Tour that one year. Or one of the big events. Benson. What is it called? He ran one main deck and one sideboard, but he ran it as a spell. So he played 22 hands, if I'm not mistaken. But
there are Sheltered by Light in Legit's deck. Play set of them.
Does Sheltered by Light hit non-creatures?
It does. It's not it's any permanent.
Okay.
Sheltered by Ghost.
Sheltered by Ghost.
Very good in this deck.
Just very good. You could have stopped it. Standard. Yeah. It was a player in Standard there for a while. But are we dead?
When your opponent casts hidden strings, you have to assume so. Summon Denial.
I wonder if this
the creature's not big enough. It's just a force spike.
Well, so, I wonder if a force spike is good enough here. It might be.
It's good enough if Troy is not looking at your deck list.
Yeah. Based on what Servo was telling me earlier, no one ever looks at an opponent's deck list and open deck list. Is what he was saying. He never does, and I don't get that at all.
I don't think that's true. I think more people do than don't. Troy did not go off.
I mean, but I also don't think he's dead here.
He's not. Oh, I was gonna say, but getting the Cryptomancer up to 4 power. That's
a good draw. Oh wait, no, it's not because it's not a pass hand. Yeah.
Like if he had left a mana up, I think he needed to leave a mana up to Summon Denial.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Because countering this first hidden strings, or it's a Vizier.
Yeah,
wouldn't have mattered. I mean, it might end up mattering, but there's a dig through time and it's hidden graveyard.
It's fine. If he uses on this one, he's definitely favored on the play.
Kept the one lander, he drew one more. That's not bad.
It definitely is just like, yeah. I think with the pull in the volcanic, I think we're just fine here, and I think that's game for this one more than accurate.
Might be staying up really late tonight to play Magic.
Yeah, based on what you told me earlier, it's your job now. Sorry.
I think it's true. Yeah. Lotus Field doing Lotus Field things. Pour over the pages goes off. There is nothing that Legit can do to stop it at this point. And with 2 Pour Over the Pages in the graveyard, it is over. Wow, that Pour Over the Pages is the card that did it. Like, that's the card that got there.
Oh, yeah. And Pour Over the Pages is such a bad card in any other context. I don't know about the limited set, but that's why I loved Eldersphere back in the day, because I had the entire deck signed in foil. Because just like there was just a pile.
You had this deck signed in foil?
I had the Simic version back when it was Breach. Yeah, I had that entire deck signed. Well, I had half of it signed and all of it foil. And so like I love that version of the deck, and that broke my heart when they put it down. I was getting that deck and Neo Brand. What is it called? Signed out. Because Neo Brand was also just a deck that had a bunch of bad cards.
If he does it.
Yeah. Easy he does it.
Unlike most top 8s, there is still a time limit for Arena top 8.
Yeah, there ain't nothing we can do about that one. Well, technically there is something we could do, but it causes a bunch of other issues. We could do frenzy matches. Do you know what the problem with frenzy matches is?
Take too long.
There's not a timer at all.
Oh, there's no turn time.
No, not just that. So like, say you don't commit a
Coming out on stubborn denials.
I think
going
on-
for the pure speed kill.
I think on the play, I think that's the right call.
Stubborn denial, even if it only buys you one turn once, though, I feel like is enough.
I think you just have a good enough chance to turn 3 kill. Like, they would have killed on what's it called on turn 3 there if they were on the play.
That's true.
That's the only difference because that temporary knockdown. Granted, there was a question of whether or not they should have held up the mana for the stubborn denial they had in their hand, but also it's really hard to guess on if that's right or not. I think he mulligan this. Yeah. Okay.
Disagrees. I guess he's like the assumption here there then is that light paw is your most important.
Yes.
So like he's all in on resolving this light paw and Troy not having a removal. But Troy only runs a couple of braids as not jamming light paw. That means that he wants to be able to light pause and play a card in the same turn.
Yeah.
But if he Griff Spoon, he can search up an ethereal armor and then play another ethereal armor.
He can also give it hexproof or get Kaya's ghost form, which saves it from temporary knockdown. I think.
I like that.
I don't know if it
and
does.
next one, he can Sheltered by Ghosts for an ethereal armor or an All That Glitters.
Mhm.
And I think he wants to get the ethereal armor so he can play an ethereal armor.
I don't know this interaction. This is if it's
So light pause can search up any aura that is the same or less mana value, but has a different name than what you have.
No,
the
one I was talking about was temporary knockdown and Kaya's ghost form and night pause, because they both get exiled at the same time.
Right.
That's what I don't. That's the. I'm like, I can see that going either way.
Roy's going for it.
I think he has to. If he doesn't have the removal for night pause, I think they have to.
All right, hang on. Let's do some math. So,
Yeah.
2 ethereal armor,
Mhm.
and another ethereal armor. So Sheltered by Ghost ethereal armor is 2 auras plus 2 auras plus the 2 auras that are already on there.
Mhm.
That is all of the. So 6 auras with 2 ethereal armors or All That Glitters is 12 damage.
Yeah, so they grab ethereal armors off of this one.
The third one is 18 plus light pods 2. That is lethal.
Yep. And they also get to take out the artist talent here. Obviously, he didn't know they had Sheltered by Ghost. But like, so even if he doesn't go off here, like, there's a chance he just doesn't get the option to anymore, even if they don't kill him.
That's true. Like stopping artist talent for any amount of time is useful. All right. Ethereal armor. So 2 ethereal, but he's only got access to 3 armors. So he does need all 3 armors, which it'll be 6 auras, which is 18 plus light pause is 2. Then plus 1 from the Griff Spoon, 1 from the Sheltered by Ghosts.
He's not playing the ethereal armor.
Didn't go for it.
Is that ward that he has? What ability is that? Is that hexproof or ward?
He has Ward 2 from the Sheltered by Ghosts.
They have the
But
same
ethereal armor
animation.
there would have given. So there's 4 auras in play. Ethereal armor would have given 2 more auras. So plus 6 with the ethereal armor, and another plus 2. 16, 17, 18. It might have only been 19.
Yeah. But this is the safe play either way because he gets to hold up Cryomancer. Because
that's true, but
because
then Troy might just kill him.
Yeah, that's the option. But like
Yeah.
without the artist talent, that's much yes IQ. White mana? Temporary knockdown, I think, is the only thing that gets him out of here. And I'm about to say we might go on how that interaction works.
So this, if it's a hidden strings, Troy can go off from here.
Yeah.
He untaps both lands, pays 2 in to copy the Lotus Field.
Okay.
Then he taps the Lotus Field for another hidden strings, or even just a Vizier.
He only has 2 more Viziers left. 2. He's already used 2 of them.
Oh.
when you tried to go up past on. There's a pull. Okay.
If he had another strings, then I would say he's locked to go off this. He can still whiff from here.
Yeah. Based on, I'm going to say he either has very bad cards in hand or very good cards in hand. He's trying to figure out which one. That's always the Otisfield
Like,
pause.
It might be a situation here where he's trying to decide between temporary lockdown and going off. But if he can copy this Lotus Field and cast Hidden Strings, I think he knows that he can't win through a Stubborn Denial anyway.
Yeah. Did they find the hidden
Forced to
strings?
go off. 2 mana left. Is Troy praying that this Hidden Strings resolves?
Yeah. I mean, it does. This might be game fulfilled based on how they're playing right now. I wish I could see Troy's hand right now. Just to cast the Niv.
He ran out of untaps.
Yeah. I wonder, do you play
His
this?
Niv is a chump blocker.
Do you play Chiromancer just to get another toughness? No, okay. Aquarius form, yeah, you can't be blocked. God, this has been a fun game to watch.
Hang on 1 sec. I want to jump over and just take a quick peek at Troy's hand.
When you do that, I'm going to find us our next match.
Get in time to look at Troy's hand.
Sad.
That was a good match. Good game, you two.
Oh, 100%. Okay, room 1, it looks like it's over.
Boys playing and Biggie is playing. I think they're just fun.
Cool.
Play Better's on.
Okay.
I do want to see Play Better's deck.
Cool, let's go to room 6.
Oh, looks like he just finished.
Okay. All good.
Yeah.
See,
Which
I'll
is
check
stopping
mail
too.
and see who's.
Yeah, all good. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna jump back to the streaming chat.
Yeah.
Oh, no one, it looks like. It looks like that was the final one, I think. Oh, no. It just did the update for me. Okay. So, Troy hasn't reported, and I think the other people that just finished. Nope. Ben. Number 2.
Room 20.
Room 20. Oh, room 20 also was there. Cool. Okay.
Ooh, so we got here just in time to see Reese Fang get there against the Yorian control. He had the last bit of triumph. Yorian was being used as a desperation chump blocker. Not quite enough instant speed removal.
Okay, I think that's everybody, right?
Okay, I'm going to send out the anonymous DMs. So asking people if they want to split, and then we can get the next round started.
Cool. Okay. What does that make our top 4? And just for chat, if they do decide to split, they're still pouring out their matches, just as a way to keep content and all that kind of stuff. Cool. Okay, looks like they found it. And if anyone messages me doing this, my Discord notifications are off, so it doesn't pop up on stream, so I won't be able to see them on that. I do have my phone, but I'm only checking that every so often.
Send out these DMs. We'll get a response about the next round.
Sounds good to me. Troy and AJ, report you. Oh, I know. Here, man.
Alexander on disc.
To you just to quit.
Oh, okay. Different Discord.
Yes. It's the same as their wizard's name. I just don't know why it's different names. They might have had it in backwards. Would not be the first time I've seen that happen. God.
Yeah, and one.
Oh, good. I'm updating the thing I forgot to update yesterday, so it's all good. And sorry about the time this is taking, guys, but we just got to get this done so we know how much to pay people. And the people that are in the tournament, they should be getting pairings in just a moment. Scuffle, am I good to get pairings out? Or are we waiting on responses? I can't hear you if you're saying something.
You're in room 20. Yeah, you can go ahead and start the top 8. And they can still respond.
Is this top 8 or is this is semifinals, right?
Top 4.
Yeah.
This is the top 4.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm at it anymore. Okay.
All right, math.
Okay, and you said room 20? Oh, yeah. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah, that's just where you were.
Yeah. Sorry. I didn't realize you were in a different chat. Just talking to myself. The void.
All right, there will not be a split.
Cool.
Top 8.
Sounds good to me. Okay, so we have Oz versus Abzan Greasebang, which seems like a very fast match, and we have Abzan Greasebang versus is it Phoenix?
I haven't seen. I would like to see the Phoenix thing match.
Okay, so that is Kurdam or Dominic, depending on. I don't know if they're. Okay, do you care who we watch on it? Benji. Benji is in.
Either side is fine.
Oh, Benji's in room 2. We can jump over there. Hey Benji, we're gonna be watching you for this.
Yeah, I won.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won 2.
Yeah, I need to send a message.
Yeah. He's in this chat. You know how it is. We get focused.
You can send me a message too if you want.
Seems like today's going good for you, considering you're in the top 4.
I sent you a message. Answer when you get a chance. Right. Oh, there's not going to be.
Arena, why are you doing this? Oh, not Arena. Discord.
I can definitely.
Cool. 1 second, I'm having a problem with Arena yodeling up his stream.
Not loading.
Okay.
Happen. Opponent.
That was Credidom. Or Dominic. I don't know what he goes by here.
Not stream.
Okay. You want to add him? We can't. Sorry, there was feedback on my mic, or was I supposed to be deafened?
Match.
Cool. I'm gonna ask him to restart it real fast, since we're having so much problem getting it.
Alex stream.
Yeah, I just can't get Benji's Leone. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Do you want to jump to another match then?
Yeah.
Okay. Just as a heads up, Benji, we're gonna jump to another match. We for some reason can't get your stream layout. But good luck in this round. Scuffle. Cool. I'm in streaming chat. Okay. Okay, we're gonna watch Room 13 instead. Sorry about that, guys. You know how Discord, you know how every program is. There's always something going on. That. Cool. And it looks like they're getting set up. Scuffle, if you're talking to me, you're muted. And oh no, we switched channels. Okay.
I was just checking the other
Okay.
side.
All good. You just so you know, we are going to deafen you so you can't hear us during the game. Good luck with your match.
All right, I was already deafening him when
Good. I was just saying now. Oh,
it was a best of one challenge.
Oh, okay.
Mistaken best of one challenge.
How could they do this? A mistake in my America. They just gotta what is it called? Do a best of 3 and what is it called? That seems to be an issue today. What is it called? Of just things that like not being, which is weird.
Sometimes it does show up as a best of one.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Sometimes it shows up as a best of one and as a best of 3.
That's what I mean. It's been going on more often today than it has been in any other event.
We'll be right back. I'm gonna check on Benji.
Yeah, all good. I'm sure Benji does got this. We're hoping for him too.
Looks like Benji's is working now. If you want to check it out.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. I have to get that adjusted then. Cool. We're gonna jump to Benji's. Definitely not because of chat.
Back.
Okay, cool. We can see it now, Benji.
Devin.
Cool.
All right, we can see it now. So this is a Phoenix Greasefang matchup. I do find this really interesting because these are two very streamlined graveyard decks. Like you don't get to play Rest in Peace in either of them. They both need their graveyard. But Phoenix now has been running Corey Steel Cutter as an alternative way to deal damage. And I think that Greasefang's matchup has actually gotten better because they're running. It used to be that they were running so many 1-mana ways to kill Greasefang that they wouldn't be able to go through it. Since their other threat is Corey Steel Cutter, and Withered Bloom Command is the best answer for Corey Steel Cutter. I think they've actually got a pretty interesting matchup here.
Mm-hmm. I think this shoulder also too is going to be a pretty big thing because they only have one way to kill it. Right? They only have the lightning axes.
That's true. Like Overlords are solid here, but 3 Phoenix is tough for any deck to beat.
Oh yeah.
Like hitting 3 of your Phoenixes gonna end the game against anyone.
For the Benji fans, look away while this is happening. I don't know if you've been reading chat, but there was a couple of people near top 8 that were all in the same group apparently.
Yes, so sorry everybody. Yeah. Benji's triple Phoenix here is rough. Like that's the thing. Phoenix always has the potential to just hit him.
Yeah, I mean that is one way to kill it. Double kill, double spell, and this Addict Memory might just be the game for them.
They left an Arclight Phoenix back, which is very clever because they know that Greasefang can put a Parhelion 2 into play.
Yep.
That attacks for 13. For 6, it's 2 angels and a 5/5, right?
Mm-hmm. 5/5 for striker and 2 4/4 angels.
Yeah. It looks like Benji's just pulling some information out before they die.
Benji, who has all of the information already.
So not every Phoenix is still on Fiery Impulse. That's going to make a big difference in this matchup.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like I said before, the amount of what is it called? The amount of Absent Heal is wild compared to stuff like, Magic Online challenges and anything like that. Because that deck is basically doesn't exist.
There's kind of a cycle to these things because eventually people start running the right kinds of graveyard hate, or very specific answers.
Yeah.
Air Sunners is interesting here. Wow.
I'm sorry, I
got all 4 Parhelions.
That do be an option.
Thoughtseize is pretty bad against Phoenix.
Yeah.
They're siding into more of just a normal mid-range deck.
Yeah.
They brought in 2 Hearses.
I will say I do have to root against the Absent players purely because the Reddit will eat me alive if they win.
Why? What does Reddit have against Abzan?
They don't have ENA against Abzan. They are mad I don't put it higher.
Oh.
Or that sometimes it doesn't go on the tier list at all. Because it doesn't show up on info.
Like, I have a rocky history with Greasefang. Greasefang was way overrated for a long time. And I think it lines up pretty well now. Like, the Broodwagon was a big additional card. Just any big vehicle with cycling, kind of what the deck needed. But the rest of the format changed into one where Witherbloom Command is great.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Granted, I still have no idea what Witherbloom Command does half the time I read the card.
Well, so it's very flexible. It deals a little bit of damage. So the Mozart deal a little bit of damage, gain a little bit of life, destroy a non-creature artifact, give a creature -3/-1. So it's one of the only clean ways to deal with the Corey Steel Cutter in the whole format.
This is also a really good hand, I must say.
Yeah, turn 1 Deafening Silence, turn 2 Hearse is brutal.
Well, not even just Horse. I don't know if you play Horse Hill. You might, but Cash Grab Hill.
So I'd run the Hearse out just because it next turn it makes our next turn better. Like if we run the Hearse out this turn, even if it isn't doing Spell Pierce, then we get to untap, play a Soul Guide Lantern, Cash Grab on our opponent's end step. And we get to cast more spells through our own Deafening.
You see, this might be
play the Hearse.
me being greedy, but I'm like, if I hit a Greasefang kill, I'm forcing them to interact.
Pack up deafening silence.
Yeah.
The only hit.
This isn't a format with force of vigor. So like, there's not even too much risk of playing that second one in this matchup.
Yeah, like the answers are like that your opponent has to cast 2 gifts in order to stop you. They can only ever cast 1 in a turn. You have to end step, gift, untap, gift, and then cast 2 more spells with phoenixes in the graveyard.
They're going for the second one over the horse. That's surprising.
Yeah.
I think the horse is something I would do first, just because it cuts them off of treasure cruise more. And I guess the next thing you're worried
That's fair. One of the things that Phoenix does really well is like if you're playing too many deafening silences, too many pieces of hate, then you're not going to be able to deal with just your opponent's 4 mana 3/2 with haste.
Yeah. I think you have.
You get to just apply pressure.
I think you have to eat this main phase. But maybe that's me being too aggressive here.
And Set Brazen Borrower is kind of great here. Like, that's a real clock.
Mm-hmm. And they can't tear it Sunder here because they don't have the mana for the kicker.
Yeah. Air Sunder on Prosthetic Memory is good, just before the Brazen Borrower gets any bigger. The hearse takes a while to start actually racing.
Yeah, and that's what I mean about doing it aggressively. Like if they put a Phoenix into play, into graveyard that same turn, it's worse. But like being able to cut off the option of maybe stopping a treasure cruise here, I think is more important.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just making Treasure Cruise harder to cast is a valuable thing because Karate is looking to win with flyers, or just put a giant.
That's a great draw too.
Like just get enough value. Yeah, I like this Soul Guide land in here. Probably just want to cycle it because we already have the hearse.
And then we can bitter triumphs on their turn.
In the Parhelion, in normal situations, I would, but I think there's a real chance that this is just a game where you get to 8 lands and cast it.
I think so, but it's more about not wanting to use the knife in this spot where they're trying to be aggressive on this in this way. If this was a normal game,
I mean, it makes a top deck Grease Fang much better.
Yeah. There's also a chance they just take what's it called? They just take Nah, they don't have to do that. Never mind. I don't know how to read Magic cards, guys.
Yeah, that's fair. Discarding like there's so few Parhelions. There's only one Parhelion in the deck now. Having it in the graveyard where you want it is good. It's a cool game because Benji here is down. His opponent has 7 cards in hand, and he's still favored. 7 cards to 0.
Yeah,
I think he's still favored.
This 1/3 is going to go the distance. He's not cracking it.
It might.
Oh, that's a wonderful draw.
Chariot off the top is really good right now. If there's a Spell Pierce in hand,
and
a Null. We knew that he had those out of the board. Like, if he's got enough counter spells, there's what, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Annuls?
Do you think he brings in the Mystical Disputes?
I think it depends on how much he expects his opponent to start like this.
Yeah.
Because at this stage, you just need to make sure that every creature you have sticks around. But I wouldn't, and he probably hasn't.
I can see the argument for it is what I'm asking. I just because like it's not a bad thing if on turn 3. Like, don't get me wrong, you'd much rather have better draws, but like it's not a bad thing to go 3 mana, counter your opponent's Grease Fang or that kind of thing. Well, it's not the most efficient. It's better than nothing. That is a good draw for the opponent.
This what was, and Benji here is on a he's their undefeated player. Like, this might be his first loss. Top 4. It's not bad at all.
Oh yeah, everyone here today has done a great job.
All right, so Karate can brought in all 3 Brazen Bars. That's good. Both Annuls for sure, and possibly both Spell Pierce. He doesn't run any real counter spell. Might have even taken out Fiery Impulse for the Flood Maws.
I think you have to
Change
crack
up what
the
his
edge of
removal
that
is.
hill.
Flood Maw and Abrade are good removal spells here.
I think without the horse, you're in a much worse position now.
Yeah. I mean, like, Karate's going to be trying to win this game fairly.
Mm-hmm. He's on a 3-tone
which
calc.
Phoenix can do.
Yeah.
He could have even just cast a Phoenix here. He take out Phoenixes?
Wouldn't be
It's
surprised.
possible that Karate took out Phoenixes.
Because like he knows his opponent's gonna bring in a lot of hate for it. He sees his list.
Because Phoenixes might have just come out for Brazen Borrowers. Phoenix deck can be a control deck as long as all the creatures die their removal spells.
Yeah.
Or all the permanents die to their.
Okay, beside you. Not a good draw, but a draw.
There's a few too many consecutive lands.
That's a good draw.
I mean, Chariot doesn't do it here.
It doesn't win you the game, no, but like. Oh.
Aether Gust is a big
I
problem.
think that's
Is that a
it.
main deck Aether Gust?
No, this is side games. They've already sideboarded.
Oh, there are 3 Aether Gusts. Yeah. I think that's probably game. He can't
Yeah.
go Seiju here or he'll die. I mean, I guess he might just take. He's only taking 4. He can go Seiju here.
Well, there's no point in Besagery.
Yeah.
What to be afraid of? Yeah.
Benji just drew too many lands in a row.
I think the only reason why you Besage you there is if you draw professors. Or
A removal spell on the borrower will help. Like, he can't draw Rafine's Informant hit when he needs. Priest Fang off the top? Is there any chance this resolves?
If it resolves and it hits, the is only out. Because Poharian needs 2 4/4s. Flying.
That is the only. There's only one Parhelion in the deck. That is the only top deck that could have gotten him here, and it's still not safe.
Yep. Still not safe.
Has to attack, right? The Parhelion has to attack.
And that's the attack. And this is in combat already, so they can't like.
That'll do it. All right, we can go ahead and fire our finals right away. Let me
Oh,
just
they already
contact them both. Yep, looks like the other match is finished.
Okay.
All right, so Dominic.
I go with there's 14 people in that group chat. Okay.
That was Alec, right?
I'm sorry. What was it? What was your question?
Trying to figure out who. So Dominic just won.
Mm-hmm. So
Trying to find
it's-
them. Karatedom?
Yeah, that's
Karate
Karatedom.
Dom. I DM'd them both, but we can go ahead and get them paired off, and we can do these finals.
Okay. Do you want me to tell them to wait for us to start playing real fast? Because it is Dominic and it is Tuyajit quit. And so we'll probably be watching Tuyajit, I imagine. He's the one that's been streaming regularly. Scuffle, I can't hear you again if you're talking. Oh, wait, no, we're in different chats. I'm cool. So, I'm about to say, with the top 8 top two actually. What are the top two decks? We are on. Is it Phoenix and what is
No.
this?
There will not be a split. I just let everyone know. And we're looking at Just Play Better. We're gonna go there, go ahead and watch their match in.
Oh, just play better.
Phoenix.
Cool. Okay. I was misreading their name. Got it. Sounds good to me, Scapple. Okay.
All right, you can go ahead and start the finals. All right, interesting finals here.
Oh yeah. What's it called? The known enemy
Not
number one?
neither of the top two seeds made it.
Oh.
Is
Is it Phoenix versus Absent Grease?
it's Phoenix and Abs and Greasefang.
Yeah. This is gonna be a.
I do like this matchup.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
so compared to our last Greasefang match, so this is Christopher and Benji's lists. The Benji's list ran a Liliana of the Veil and a little bit more control, and this list is more streamlined with Yath and Roadwatcher out of Dragonstorm. You ever played with that card? I think it's a really cool addition.
I'm about to say I have not. I don't know what that card does.
It's a 4-mana 3/3 on ETB. You mill 4 cards and then return a creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Mhm.
So it's a like additional copies of Grease. And it'll usually hit Greasefang. Like the only hits for it in the deck are 1 Glissa, 4 Fiend's Informant, 4 Greasefang. Wrong list.
How could you?
4 Fiend's Informant, 4 Greasefang, and then 2 Voice of Victory. The Voice of Victory is a really interesting addition. This is great use of the Dragonstorm.
Dude around?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Oh, you are. I was supposed to deafen you. I'm sorry, Better.
Oh,
I'm
you
going to deafen you. Go ahead and find your opponent and let us know if you have any.
Yeah, I
issues.
sent him a friend request. I guess.
You might have run to the bathroom or something really quick. I'll DM him.
Oh, he just
Okay,
added you.
cool. Thank you.
He just added
Okay,
you,
cool.
So. Cool. So that's.
I can respect adding people playing finals. Have them as friends.
I just add everybody, and then if I run.
Yeah,
out
I
of
just
time-
realized that the way we have the thing set, the way we have the camera set up is me looking off. Me halfway looking up the screen all the time.
Yeah, you're just distracted.
Next time we'll do a better job. And after this, so since we got a little bit of time, we do these every month. So if you want to play again next month, let us know. The Pioneer turnout wasn't bad, but we have had a higher turnout with Timeless and a few other formats. So if this is the format that you want to see again, your friends do the next one, and be sure to vote. We do let people vote in our server on what format they want to play.
Mhm.
The Pioneer is a lot of fun, a little underserved right now, but we do need to hit. This is a sponsored event. Thanks to Nouns for their contributions, and we'll keep going with what it feels like people want to play the most. When you want to play the most, come make your voice heard.
Oh yeah, 100%. Looks like they're still trying to figure out
so-
the game and all that kind of stuff, but you know how that is.
Yeah. So after this, I'm going to be streaming some Arena Directs,
Mhm.
Final Fantasy. They've been going well for me and have been a lot of fun. And then I'm going to make Tyrant Raid memes.
I'm being used, is what he's telling you guys. Oh, it looks like we're about to start.
No, you're all being, not just no. So
I
this
thought
is
I
a
was
lot of fun.
special.
Thank you all so much for coming out. And format Pioneers changed quite a bit. Like all the decks have gotten better,
Oh yeah.
which is interesting to me.
It's yeah, it definitely is one of those things where all the decks have gotten better, but I don't know if they're different decks. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like,
And we might see different decks if we end up running it. All right, so it looks like he's going to throw that back. Because so this is 2/3 complete. We have Rafine's Enforcement, Greasefang, and 2 cash grabs. He's just trying to hit that Parhelion
yeah.
for any sufficiently powerful vehicle.
And like, if you do it on turn 3, any of the vehicles are great. Like, The only one that can be
And we
mid.
know Karate knows how to play this deck, play this matchup.
Oh, yeah, based on the last round. And he played pretty good. I would say he won it all, 2-0. I think 2-0. For a second, I
There's
thought.
the op. Karate is probably looking now for any kind of answer. Both decks are trying to go off on turn 3.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to his last opponent, I feel is that Parhelion and a land. They might just go for it here. Compared to the last Greasefang player, the last Greasefang player ran a lot more control out.
I think
But this one is much more all in on the combo. 4 Dig, Yath and Road Watchers, and Voice of Victory. Voice of Victory is a nice addition.
Yeah, that draw was great.
Yeah. So he's got the Parhelion back in hand.
Mhm.
And if he had hit a second large vehicle, then play better here could have just jammed the Road Watcher, return the Greasefang to play, go again.
I mean, we're still fine.
But with this, yeah. Like the Greasefang combo is fragile in that it's easy to disrupt, but it's resilient in that you can just keep going.
Oh yeah, and then what is it called? It'd be great if we hit another Parhelion or another vehicle or Greasefang kill. A second Greasefang would be best case situation.
Yeah. Like even just picking up another Road Watcher is something that will be useful.
And you love to see this from the Greasefang side of them using a fiery impulse.
Yeah. So in terms of this particular Phoenix list is running only 3 fiery impulse and only 3 lightning axe, and 1 torch the tower. And we've seen there's a lot of variation on which burn spells we play.
Oh
but,
yeah.
But there are 10 total burn spells that can hit a Greasefang, but the torch requires another permanent.
Well,
So
it's also just like every version of Phoenix is so different from the last.
I mean, the only things that Phoenixes really have in common are like X number of cantrips, 4 treasure cruise, 4 Phoenix, and now 4 cutters. But there's a lot of variation after that. I like the prosthetic memory in this build. That is just Overlord being jammed.
I think I like this.
Yeah, I think it's a great play. The massive threat. Ooh, Voice of Victory hit off the Overlord is amazing right now. Because that next time we get the Voice of Victory, shocking a Road Watcher, pick up a Greasefang, pick up a Parhelion.
God.
That's 30. Okay, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 15, 19, 27 power on board, even though it's not technically lethal.
Yeah, and them showing blue and not red here is so telling. Like, that means this voice just turns off everything.
Yeah, like the best case scenario out of Phoenix here is a playset of Phoenixes.
They almost, if they didn't have the green thing, they would have.
And that's not going to do it. I do feel like this build is a lot better against Phoenix. Benji's build, but Benji's is much like Benji's actually has a pretty good shot against Lotus Field and Auras, and we saw that happen today.
Do you take second Greasefang
is
or
not a bad idea here.
voice?
Like it.
I'm gonna say you have to assume this Overlord gets to attack again next turn.
Like the backup voice makes sense because you can you don't have a Parhelion in the grid. Like Corey Steel Cutter, 1 mana spell, 1 mana spell, 1 mana spell, put 4 Phoenixes in play, does not end the game here. The best possible thing for Phoenix to do is not good enough right now.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. Burn spell, Lightning Axe, and then Flood Maw. Leaves 6 toughness behind. That's 10, and then 4 Phoenixes would be 22. But 2 Phoenixes doesn't do it.
This is such a good spot. Especially
No Phoenixes in the graveyard. Yeah, Lightning Axe pitching Phoenix wouldn't do it. It's a pretty big hit, though. That's 16 coming in.
Is it more? That is the treasure.
Might be more. That a treasure cruise here or a
There's 1 Phoenix. I don't know if there's a.
I have done my math wrong. That's 11, 16 from monks. 19 total through 2 blockers. Doesn't quite get there.
He's
All
at 18.
right, I was wrong though. 2 Phoenixes would have done it.
He's doing the math himself right now.
I mean, there's no more Parhelion in the graveyard, so not a guaranteed thing.
And both the angels are dead now, so like.
I think he has to force a block. If he swung out and forced a block, you could block the Greasefang and the Overlord.
Mm-hmm.
Damping Sphere, Vanishing Verse.
Of course.
Knight of Autumn good enough when it can hit. So Knight of Autumn isn't normally good enough, but this build's running the artist talent. You're getting a lot out of them.
Cutting off all Parhelions again.
Interesting. Like so our last opponent cut 3 of them and it worked out really well.
Yeah, but that was also just one of those things where that's part of the yuck thing. They drew the one.
It might be worth bringing in the bank, but a lot of card advantage, and it's really tough for Phoenix to actually kill. We have seen this matchup turn into a grind, but it really depends on how much interaction our Abzan player can have here. And like that's tough because there's just less interaction in general compared to our last Abzan.
Oh, 100%. What is it called? It's going to be super interesting on this one either way. I wonder if Dom has changed anything about it.
Now let's see. He brought in the authority of the console, took out all 4 Parhelions and Dredger's Insight.
This turn
Treating
two
it like
is-
an aggro deck.
Yeah.
Not sure that's wrong.
What do you take here? Okay.
I think I take the Brazen Borrower. But if I assume that I have answers for the Brazen Borrower elsewhere.
Well, I think it depends on what you play this turn. If you play voice, Brazen Borrower doesn't seem good.
That's true.
Where if you play catch, Brazen Borrower is much better. It's
Like
very
this deck, it's interesting choosing to like the difference between racing a Phoenix and controlling a Phoenix.
Possibly have to go like take next
Is really
turn.
interesting. Like the fact that he could actually kill. He's this Just Play Better is not as good at exiling the Phoenixes. That was something that our Benji was really great about. Like his deck was just great at not letting the Phoenixes hit the graveyard. But he had to choose between killing all the threats he couldn't quite do. There were just too many Brazen Borrowers. And racing.
Oh, 100%. And we do see the voice of victory here.
Yeah, that card's been very good.
Oh, yeah. Lightning Axe, I assume. Of note, they did bring in the Brotherhood's End. Like,
interesting. Really need a land here. There's a Greasefang and a Thundering Broodwagon there.
Yeah. But we didn't hit our third end.
Yeah.
I think you have to take the Greasefang here.
We still take the Greasefang here? Like, we just need to roll so
I disagree.
high. Yeah? I mean, Knight of Autumn gaining a life is relevant. Taking out the Cutter at this stage gives Rabs a lot of ability to just play here.
Yeah. I think kicking out the Cutter here is more important. Even if it's more annoying. The fact
I mean, if we take out the Cutter here, then those are 2 more spells we're in trouble.
We drew the end.
I think it's worth paying the 2 life, and then we can get the authority of the consoles down next turn.
Yep. The problem he's going to run
spells
into
is lethal.
I'm about to say the problem he's going to run into is this Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, I mean Brazen Borrow is the second spell, and then that's 6 damage. So if they're holding land second spell, they'll die.
This puts him to 1.
Yeah, with that they actually have a chance. Now they needed a land to put down the Eska's Chariot or a Road Watcher here. Road Watcher would have done it because they could recast their Knight of Autumn and gain 4.
Yeah.
Do they have any hits off of a Fiend's Informant?
I don't believe so.
No, they don't have the 1 mana spell. Yeah, that was just mana screw, plain and simple.
Yeah.
We can
That
really
one-
see
that-
the reach that cutters give it.
Oh yeah, Cutter's been amazing in the times we've seen it today.
Feeling the lack of Witherbloom.
Where's the Witherbloom command?
We didn't see Play Better take out the Thoughtseize, which is really interesting. So, like, you definitely don't want Thoughtseize game one against Phoenix. So a lot of the times you'll see people fight it out. But I think that it's probably correct. Like, especially if you assume that they took out some of their Phoenixes.
How do you feel about that one?
Love that. Took an opt over a Brazen Borrower.
And Fairy Impulse.
I mean, Witherbloom Command does cleanly kill a Brazen Borrower.
Yeah,
Looks like he's decided to cycle the Brood Wagons.
yeah. It's the best draw, like best option here. Okay,
Thoughtseize plus Cash Grab's a good turn.
yeah. And it sets up his Road Watcher.
Ooh, tough pick. I think it's Cruise. It could be a Brazen Borrower.
I think it might be Fiery Impulse here, depending on how. So it depends on how much you want to bait your opponent into going all in here. Because I think
I mean, that's fair. I think I want my opponent to spend spells. Like, I think I want my opponent to have to spend.
well, and that's what I'm saying. So like, do you take Treasure Cruise and hope that they have to play enough cards to fuel that cruise and to get that cruise and leave you open for one turn? To try to find a
Greasefang forces that. Greasefang forces the impulse, but a land lets you Road Watcher. Like, your opponent has to.
And also,
Impulse thing now,
yeah.
but that essentially takes their whole turn because they don't get to Brazen Bar. That's interesting. Decided to ignore the Brazen Bar.
Well, they have two ways to kill it here, right? They
They do.
Yeah.
Like, they might even if they've got the two Brood Wagons coming up. I think they want it to be in play rather than not. They're taking 6 damage for this line.
Oh, maybe not.
Well, so hey, I'm pretty surprised to see not the Borrower. I guess they don't want to go shields down against a known Greasefang.
Mm-hmm.
Brood Wagon's been impressive.
Oh yeah.
Like just pivoting out of Parhelions altogether, creating a Brood Wagons is pretty amazing.
What do you do here?
Me, I would play the Greasefang
So
and Impending.
well, that's what I'm saying. I think I have because like you eat the Annul here, no matter what, and then you play the Greasefang, then they're out of removal spells except for Brazen Borrower. Oh, except for Impulse. And then the turn
Interesting
after,
that they chose the Brazen Borrower there, or that they chose to bounce it instead of killing it.
I think they just want to get the value out of the bounce. I think that's
You're right.
Whether or not that's correct, I don't
And a
know.
Newell check. Ooh, they don't have the second in Newell.
Yeah.
See, this is you know they're a better Greasefang player than me because I definitely would have not taken out all the Parhelions. But they know their shit. Cutter.
Oh, and there's a
Cutter
memory.
prop goal. And they get to hold up that Fiery Impulse. But that's because Chariot cracking back to race is also really good. So like Greasefang picking up a Brood Wagon is something that must be avoided.
Yeah.
I would have taken that.
I think I like the block there, to be honest with you, because you're not crewing this Chariot no matter
Yeah.
what. You're going to crew this Chariot if they try to kill Greasefang here. So like you don't really need
That's
the token,
true.
and if you draw like Knight, you're going to be able to kill the Cuddle and be able to be even with it.
I like this Road Watcher.
They're
Yeah,
very much
Greasefang. So okay, so playing
they're very much considering whether or not they're going to get Yaki off of this. They did not. They hit nothing.
Biff. Interesting. Grease Fang there at least attacks with a chariot.
Mm-hmm. Equip. That's not something you see often. Okay.
Combat.
Yep.
Drive the car.
They can't go to beginning of combat because otherwise, Road
Yeah.
Watcher.
Here we see the Grease Fang player getting flooded again.
It happens. There too. There's draws.
They
That's
don't
not
have
one
any
of them.
non-creature spells. Oof. 3 lands in a row.
You hate to see it.
That happens. But still, that was a great match. Phoenix takes the win.
Phoenix wins it all over, what is it called, Abzan and Grease Fang, and everything else we saw in the top 8 today. We do want to say congratulations.
And Grease Fang performed really well. Thank you all so much for playing. Thanks again to Nouns for helping us, for letting us run these, for sponsoring these events. We're The Gathering. Go ahead and check out our content. We do weekly tier lists for just about every tournament or every format. I'm Scuffle and I do all the limited stuff. Tyrant does pretty much everything else. And we are going to wait 5 minutes while this catches up to where we are in the we're on a 5-minute delay. Once the delay is over, we're going to go ahead and raid me. I'm Scuffle. I also stream regularly at twitch.tv/ScuffleDLive.
Yeah, I'll get Scuffle if you want to go ahead and go start your stream. What is it called? I
Yeah.
can put us on a be right back screen and set them up to go send you whenever that 5 minutes is up.
Great. So yeah, we'll just let him catch up. That was a lot of fun. Did you have a favorite deck today?
Oh, it was I am preferable to Bill's deck of more legendary humans, because I've tried to have Joda humans walking Pioneer for multiple years.
Oh,
Basically, since
I loved that deck. The Yorian Disturbing Mirth deck.
Oh yeah, that deck was also very cool. The Doom Foretold. It was a very
Yeah. All right, so I'm live now, and we'll raid me in like 5 if that works for you.
okay.
Link.
And once again, we want to say congrats to our champion today and their name.
Oh yeah.
get-
Everyone in the top 8. Remember to check your emails. That's how we do our notifications.
Mhm.
The emails that you sign up for Melee with.
Yeah, and thank you guys so much for coming out and playing tonight. What is it called? It really makes these events pop and see the players happy. And okay, and we'll see you guys next time. Okay.
Go ahead and join our Discord. That's where we make these decisions and these announcements.
Yep. Be on there for the vote and everything coming out soon. Okay. Talk to you guys next time, and I'll be in the Discord if you guys need anything. Okay. Bye. Thanks, Scuffle. Good luck with your stream. You're all good. I'm still watching the thing.